with a chance of showers and thunderstorms. The War Department has identified the two remaining soldiers of the six who were killed in a drone strike in Kuwait. They are Major Jeffrey O'Brien, who was 45, of Waukee, Iowa, and Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzan, 54. He was from Sacramento. President Trump says he'll attend the dignified transfer of their remains at Dover Air Base in Delaware. Meantime, the Democrats' efforts to sink the operation in Iran failed yesterday.
The Trump administration saying this is just the beginning of the war, and now a victory for the White House.
The motion to discharge is not approved.
Republicans in Congress defeating an effort by Democrats to rein in President Trump's war powers. The measure would have prevented further military action without congressional approval. But Senate Republicans pointing out past presidents from Bush to Obama also conducted military operations without congressional approval.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio reporting. In Lewisburg yesterday, a car crashed into the bleachers at Marshall County High School's baseball stadium while a game was underway. Police say none of the fans or the players were hurt, but the driver of that car had suffered a medical emergency prior to the crash. Now, this neighbor says it's not the first time something like this has happened on that busy road.
A guardrail would be wonderful, so would speed bumps, just to help slow traffic down. If I can give $100, $200, $500 to make this street and our kids safer, I absolutely would do it in a heartbeat. I'd do it right now.
She was speaking to WSMV4 there. The problem, she says, is the stadium's close proximity to the road. School officials haven't commented about that. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks rebounded following 2 days of losses as investors focused on economic data. The Dow added 238 points. The Nasdaq gained 290. The S&P rose 52 points. 63,000 jobs were added to the private sector last month, according to payroll processor ADP. And year-over-year, average pay rose 4.5%. Oil prices moderated with a barrel of Brent crude settling at $84, where it was a day ago. The U.S. stock market has a history of shaking off military conflicts in the Middle East relatively quickly, though that comes with a caveat that oil prices don't jump too high. Ross Stores climbed 7% after reporting better profit and revenue for the latest quarter than expected. Apple CEO Tim Cook promised a big week of product announcements, including the introduction of a new budget-friendly iPhone 17e, a new entry-level MacBook Neo, refreshed monitors, and higher-end chipsets. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Stock futures on the slide this morning. The Dow futures are down 117. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Nice quiet start to the morning here. We have no delays so far on 40, 65, or on 24. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.505 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Welcome on in to a Thursday, March 5th. And good news, Joan, good news, Sam. Apparently, we are up and running on the stream. I'll have to take your words for it. But, Sam, apparently everything is finally working?
I mean, tentatively speaking. I put no stock in it in the first 6 minutes of broadcast.
Listen, it's early yet. You know what I like to say? Plenty of time to train wreck, right? So I am broadcasting from home this morning, also on Friday as well. So, yeah, that's always adds a little bit of an extra dynamic to everything. Amy's out of town, so I've got parental duties this morning. So, usually by about 6:30, I've got to go, Russell Riker out of bed and get him off to school and all that kind of stuff. So today and tomorrow, I'm going to be from home. Now,
so what I'm hearing is at 6:30, I should go along with the news.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Go along with it. Trying to get a 12-year-old ready for school.
Yeah.
It just is not easy.
Especially a 12-year-old boy, I can say, having been one.
I just was going to say the same thing. It's the boy thing.
We are nightmares.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's hard enough to get, a 58-year-old guy out of bed, but, Riker at 12, it is not easy. And, you've got the hair is like all over the place. Do you know what okay, then I'm going to do this, then I'm going to get to the news. Do you know what absolutely horrified Riker the last time that I had to get him ready for school?
What's that?
He wakes up because he takes his showers at night, right? Mm-hmm. So a little bit of extra time in the morning. So he wakes up and his hair, because he's got he's got his father's hair, right? It's just amazing hair. It's just all over the place. He wakes up and it is just askew would be an understatement. So the most horrifying thing that Riker's had to deal with as of late was when I had to actually spray some water on his hair and comb it to try to, get it to look at it the least bit put together in the morning. Because he's also got those cowlicks all over the place. It's crazy.
Oh, yeah.
I sympathize heavily with this young man. I sent y'all my ID from my freshman year of high school. That was a mop up there.
Yeah, and he's got great hair, but it does get mop-like on occasion. So yeah, hopefully we don't have to, because it's awkward for me too, and so I'm sitting there trying to get that stupid brush through his hair, and he's got the knots in it and everything. So, but anyway, between the two of us, we are able to figure it out, and it's only happened once that he's missed the bus while I was on parental duty. I'll never forget that. I'm down here broadcasting. I think it was Johnny and Ken who were there, and I said, "Okay, so I forget what time it was, but okay, so you're ready. You got your backpack on. You got your lunchbox and everything. You're ready to go. The bus is going to get here." He's waiting inside of the house, and then when he sees the bus, he's going to start walking out.
No,
he watched the bus literally drive by. And I'm like, I'm
Power
on the
move.
air. That's what I thought. I thought, oh, this is like a power move. So he walks downstairs, and I'm in the middle of a segment, and he's standing there. And I'm talking on the radio. I'm looking at the clock, and I'm going, why is he not on the bus? So he just said, and it was kind of bizarre. He said, yeah, I don't know why I didn't go outside. I just didn't. And the bus drove by.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay. Well,
see,
so then what happens then? Like, is he just late to school? What do you do?
I ended up having to drive him to school at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
And and by the way, you know what I told him? I said, here's the deal. Like, you're going to get in some trouble, but you have at the time, your only 11 card. I have no excuse for allowing you to miss the bus. And so, of course, both the boys in the house get in trouble when he misses the bus.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So anyway.
So, growing up in a house where your parents drove you to school every day, it was either my dad coming in with a spatula or my mom dragging me out by my ankle.
What did you say about a spatula?
you know how your feet are sometimes exposed when you wake up in the morning? My dad would come in with a spatula and flap
Smack
you
your
on the
feet?
bottom of the, yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Wow.
He'd give you a warning shot. He'd go, hey, get up, gotta get ready for school. And that would be like, 6:37. And then he'd come back in at like 7:30. And if you weren't up and moving, you're going to be.
You know what the problem is? Like when you're the I'm going to call it the bonus dad, the stepdad, whatever. I can't use any kind of abusive measures.
Gotta get creative.
And it takes all the fun out of parenting. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
One of the things I've seen that's worked in your role is this is no offense to Riker, but like the spray bottles that people hit their pets with.
Yeah.
Do you know what?
Yeah.
I could totally. I've got one too.
You could get one of those nice Nerf automatic water guns.
I think that'd actually be pretty funny. I think that'd actually be a lot of fun.
Our household was heavy on the Nerf guns.
Really?
Oh my gosh, yes.
So you can we've got Nerf guns here too. We've got Nerf guns. We've got all kinds of stuff.
They'll scare them. They'll shock them that you did it, but they're never going to hurt anything.
The slowly waking teenage mind is not sharp enough to understand what's happening when Nerf darts are flying at them.
Yeah.
Do you know what the great thing though is that and this is Riker. I like to have fun with Riker. I don't necessarily think he finds it fun. So yesterday, yeah, I'm gonna relate to you, and then I promise I'm gonna get to the content. Okay, fine. But yesterday, this is the kind of fun that I like to have with. I call him the youngling, and that's a Star Wars reference if people don't get it.
So he's going to get cut down by the Sith?
That's exactly right, and I'm the Sith. So he was at Dungeons and Dragons yesterday, and he asked me to. He said, "Hey, can you pick me up now?" And I said, "Who is this?" And he says, "Riker." And I said, "Pranked ya." And he just did not find that funny at all. Oddly enough, neither did his mother. She said, "You're going to give that boy a nervous breakdown." It's like, I'm just trying to have fun with him. That's all I try to do is have fun. Whatever. Can I just be honest? It feels a little weird being at home and you guys being there. It feels because I can see Sam and I can see Joan way over there. I can't do it now. So it feels I'm a little fish out of water, if you know what I mean. Fish out of watery.
Every Friday, I feel the same way, but you'll get comfy.
Yeah, well,
please tell me you have like slippers on or something.
I do.
Okay, good.
Actually, yeah.
See, you should. You're at home. You should.
Did you know that Chris Hand takes his shoes off when he's on the air?
But why?
Did you know that?
No.
Sam, did you know that?
You said it to me the other day, and I was trying to visualize the methodology of sitting in the host chair and removing my shoes.
So the other day, I had to go. It's always a process, me leaving, right? So I left my keys in the studio, so I had to go back in after I left, and my keys are on the floor. So I go down to get the keys, and I'm like face to foot with his socks.
Oh gosh.
And I'm like, what? Why are your shoes not on? And in typical Chris fashion, I love Chris. In typical Chris fashion, I always take my shoes off when I'm on the air, and I'm like, oh, how did I not know that? He didn't. I really don't care if that's what he wants to do. I mean, he's a clean individual, so it's not that big of a deal. It's not like Chad comes in and the studio smells a foot, if you know what I mean.
There's a foot smell of foot. You're telling me that there's not a Oop, queued it up wrong.
You want to try it again? It's only in the 5. We like all of our screw ups happen in the 5.
Well, most of them.
Well, for you two, they happen in the 5. For me, it's the 5, the 6, the 7, and the 8. Finally, I'm done with all my screw-ups in the 8. All right. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Ta-da.
That's a long way to go for that, Sam.
Yeah, sure was. We'll get it right the next time we bring it around.
That's how disturbing it should be that someone is shoeless in that studio.
You know, it really...
That song's about death.
It is?
Can you smell that smell?
Yeah. The Smell by Leonard Skinner is about someone overdosing on heroin.
What a happy little song and a happy little man.
The smell of death around you.
I just thought it was like somebody who didn't take a shower.
Well, I mean, technically, a corpse is not going to shower.
That is very true. I didn't know that was.
Unless it's weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah.
Then the corpse can do just about anything.
Or the 4 years of the Biden administration.
Oh, you beat me to it.
Dun,
All
ta-da.
right. 5:15. Jones got the news. I should say Jones got the traffic on WTN. Joan.
Yeah, so it doesn't look like there's anything happening on the roads this morning. 65 looks good, 24, no delays so far, and 40 is okay as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, very good. You know why it feels weird this morning is because whenever I use my home studio, it's usually when I'm doing fill-in work for another station or whatever. So, and I'm never using video. So the entire 10 minutes that I've been on, I've forgotten that I'm on camera. So
I don't pick your nose.
No. I generally speaking, I'm not a nose picker anyway. But I've just got to make sure that I
There's
watch what I'm
information
doing.
we all needed this morning.
I just moving right along.
He brought up Stinky Feet Gate.
You know what we ought to do? We ought to ask Chad Benson. Does the studio when you come in, does it smell like?
Does it remind you
Chris
of
Handfoot?
Does it remind you of playing soccer over in Europe?
Chris Handfoot. Huh?
Isn't that good?
Yeah.
I'm on fire this morning.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I've come down with some Chris Hand, foot, and mouth disease.
Oh, very good. Anyway, but just so we're clear, I'm not making fun of Chris. I love Chris. I didn't know what couple of years he's been with us. I never knew that he's a shoe taker offer when he's on the air. I had no idea.
Does it help him to feel more grounded? I mean, what was his reasoning for it? Or did he have none?
I think just comfort. I
Okay.
don't know. Actually, that's a really good question. I don't. But you know what? That's something maybe I ought to try when I'm in the studio. Is just take off my shoes and see how it feels.
P.S. Sam, let's never go in the studio.
I was about to say, you
what?
can come get your documents from me, sir. I'm not
Listen.
coming in there.
I take a shower every single morning. I go in there clean. Moving right along. All right. So I had a conversation with somebody yesterday, and I thought it was an interesting discussion because it's somebody who feels like Pete Hegseth sounded a little too warmongery yesterday. Listen to this.
Long. We're playing for keeps. Our warfighters have maximum authorities granted personally by the president and yours truly. Our rules of engagement are bold, precise, and designed to unleash American power, not shackle it. This was never meant to be a fair fight, and it is not a fair fight. We are punching them while they're down, which is exactly how it should be. Thus far, Operation Epic Fury has delivered twice the air power.
All right. So that is Pete Hegseth. And does he sound too warmongery there? If we're at war, then don't these people understand that in order to save American lives, we have to fight on offense? I mean, one of the reasons why Ukraine has not defeated Russia is because, we back during the Biden administration, we would only give them just enough to not win and just enough not to lose, right? So it kept the war going. And so bottom line is the longer that this war continues on, the more our troops are at risk. So I don't think that Pete Hegseth sounded like a warmonger. I think that he sounded like he is very confident as the guy who is in charge of the war. That's number one. Number two, the tougher you are, the more lives you save. And by the way, the quicker that we dispatch of Iran and their military, the more Iranian lives will be saved as well. I don't know. I don't know why there's so much hand-wringing over his attitude yesterday. It's like Pete Hegseth sounds like he's enjoying killing people. You know what? War is hell. And the Iranian regime had every single day they could have negotiated some sort of a deal with the Trump administration. They are the ones that chose not to. They are the ones that chose to be incredibly dismissive of the Trump administration. So for me, I'm not crying any tears over lost Iranian lives. Did you see, by the way, Joan and Sam, the Periscope view of that big old ship being sunk yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh my God! It knocked it completely out of the water. I mean, that video is. I mean, it's terrifying. I can't even imagine what it would be like to be on that ship. By the way, from what we understand, what did you say the the death toll is 87 dead and 50-something survivors?
87 dead. I think I saw 32 survivors, and they
Okay.
were kind of pretty much all picked up by a Sri Lankan naval vessel that is gathering the bodies and the survivors.
Okay. So again, I mean, when you are at war, this is what we do. Now, does Pete Hegseth sound like he's enjoying this? We got to remember that our enemies are watching these news conferences as well. So the more confident that Pete Hegseth sounds, the better it is for our side. Because Iran, I mean, we got to be honest. I mean, Iran is getting their tails absolutely whooped. I mean, they are. We have sunk, from what I can tell, we have sunk every single battleship. We have destroyed their entire navy, as a matter of fact. And now, this morning, word is, and I told you about this yesterday. Remember, yesterday, I think it was about this time, I reported to you that we've been arming the Kurds in western Iran. Well, now the Kurds have taken those arms that we've been supplying, and they are headed towards Tehran. And so now the ground battle will begin between the Kurds and the Islamic Revolutionary Guard. And that is a lot better than our ground troops, our men and women in uniform, going in and taking to the streets of Tehran. That may or may not happen. We'll have to see ultimately what happens. But if we can take care of this quick, then that's good. Because, and I hate to say it like this, but the more Iranian lives, the more Iranian military members of their military die, the more our military members will live. You have to fight a war like you're at war. You can't pea-foot around. You can't say, oh, do you like, oh God, who was it? Help me. Jay Tapper. Did you have to kill all 49 of the leaders there in Iran? Of course you did. Because war is hell. And Iran had every opportunity to negotiate with the Trump administration. They chose not to. So, yeah, there is, I hate to say it like this, but, we're sort of now into the day-to-day grind of this battle between America and Iran. Of course, the Kurds, again, now joining in. You have a lot of these Islamic countries, a lot of these Muslim countries that are on our side. You have some of these other nations, some of these nations in Europe are like, oh, no, don't be so tough on Iran. Really? No, we're going to kick their ass is what we're going to do. We are continuing to do it as well. I still have reservations. I'm telling you, I still have reservations about what we're doing. We don't know who's going to take over. All of those concerns do continue, but I can also applaud our military when they are doing a good job. It is 5:23 on Nashville's Morning News, by the way, brought to you by Tennessee National Golf and Waterfront Community. Find them online, TennesseeNational.com. It is 5:23. Joan's got the news at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up, Kurdish troops reportedly already on the move in Iran. Also, a local man charged for something that he did while he was behind the wheel of a car. It's coming up here at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
528, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here, and Joan, the news, Joan, about the Kurds joining the battle is curdling, to say the least.
It's blood curdling.
Blood curdling too. It is
Yeah.
blood curdling, to say the least.
Yeah.
Do you think that when the Islamic Revolutionary Guard see the Kurds, coming at them with weaponry made in America, the screams are blood curdling?
There'll be blood curdling. Yes, there you go.
That's.
Did you work on that for long?
You know what? Sam actually told me. Sam told me that joke earlier.
Ah, okay.
And I told him I was gonna steal it, but once I actually said it, I feel like I should probably give Sam all the credit.
Okay, first of all, the joke is things are curdling in Iran. Okay? If you're going to take a joke, don't trip with it and fall flat on your face.
Whatever.
It was a good try. It was you get an A for effort.
My attempt at the joke was blood curdling itself, actually.
Yes.
Let's see
more
here.
Curdled like spoiled milk.
6789, military teaches our sons and daughters to kill or be killed. It is life, says 6789. 2818, he has the soldier mentality, and that's what the civilians doesn't understand. I mean, they are absolutely right. So I don't fault Pete Hegseth at all for going in there and treating a press conference like, okay, you know what, this is not only a message to the civilians, but this is also a message to our enemy, and that is exactly what Pete Hegseth was doing. All right, got a lot more straight ahead. I want to get your opinion on this whole thing, Joan. This battle that went viral yesterday between Caitlin Collins and Caroline Levitt.
Pretty interesting, huh?
It really was. 43-45, Nashville has a very large population of Kurds. Did you also hear who was in Nashville? I think it was last night. It'd be last night. You know who it was?
I think it was was Patch-Eyed Pete. What do they call him?
Patch-Eyed Pete. It's I can't remember his darn name.
Dan Crenshaw.
Dan Crenshaw was in Nashville last night, and he was verbally accosted by a comedian. We're going to talk about that as well.
Oh, that guy's a comedian? I didn't know that.
Well, I didn't think what he did was funny.
It was not.
It was not. We'll play the audio for you coming up on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories, and I hope you like the heat because we'll be up near 80 again today. A little more cloudy than yesterday, and there's a chance of thunderstorms too. However, there is no severe weather alerts for the storms that are headed our way today. Azerbaijan has become the latest country in the neighborhood of Iran to be attacked. And this morning, Israel said it started another wave of large-scale strikes on Tehran while also striking Hezbollah's command centers in Beirut. Meantime, Iranian Kurdish militias, mostly based in neighboring Iraq, have said they are preparing for the possibility of taking armed action in Iran. Former U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon, David Hale.
Kurds are probably the most organized of the opposition elements involved in this in the situation in Iran that actually wants to bring about a democratic change. Why not?
And the Jerusalem Post is reporting that the Kurds have already begun their ground activity inside Iran. In local news, a Greenbrier man's facing charges of public indecency after performing a lewd act while driving. Here's Channel 4's Marius Payton.
Our partners at Smoky Barn News say this happened yesterday along Highway 41. A witness told police the driver, Bradley Gay, was deliberately positioning himself so the behavior could be seen.
Now, another driver who did see the act took down the license plate, called police, and when police tracked down that driver, he confessed, saying he was also watching pornography at the time. There has been an uptick in checks being stolen from mailboxes in Williamson County. Detectives are saying it appears those checks are being stolen at the loading dock of the post offices. The thieves send the checks to other states to get them cashed, sometimes to Oklahoma or Texas. Residents are being advised to avoid sending checks and outgoing mail for now. That's the latest news. Stick around for traffic. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. delays just getting started on 24 West in Laverne at this hour and at the merge with 40 as well. Otherwise, though, on 24, 65, and 40, things are looking pretty good so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.536, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, brought to you by Tennessee National Golf and Waterfront Community. Find them online, TennesseeNational.com. All right, so I want to play this audio, and it is, I do find this interesting because I think that I may have a bit of a different opinion than from some of you folks. But, you know, this was an extraordinary blow-up in the White House press briefing. You've got Caitlin Collins and White House Press Secretary Karoline Leavitt. It's all about a comment that Pete Hegseth made as Secretary of War about our fallen war heroes and the media coverage. So this is what he said. I'm going to play the whole thing in context. Listen.
This is what the fake news misses. We've taken control of Iran's airspace and waterways without boots on the ground. We control their fate. But when a few drones get through, or tragic things happen, it's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad, but try for once to report the reality. The terms of this war will be set by us at every step.
So that is, of course, Pete Hegseth, and he's talking about the fallen in the war. Now, one of the things that Caitlin Collins says to Karoline Leavitt is that he is saying that the media only covered the names of the fallen because they want to make Donald Trump look bad. And so I'm going to play this again. This is just a shorter version.
But when a few drones get through or tragic things happen, it's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad, but try for once to report the reality.
So I get where he's going, and I get what he is saying when he says,
but try for once to report the reality. The terms of this war will be set by us at every.
So I don't believe two things can be true, right? So I don't believe that the media reporting on the deaths of our fallen military is not to make Donald Trump look bad. I mean, that is a very big part of the story. And I'm the last guy to ever really stand up for the media, but it is their job to report the news and not the propaganda. So they did report the fallen war heroes because that is part of the story. What's the first thing that I read when I jumped on the internet that particular day, yesterday, a couple of days ago, whatever? The story about the American lives lost. So two things can be true and also not connected. The media did report on the fallen heroes, front page news. It's a negative story, but it is a true story. But what Hegseth is saying is that anytime the media can take a swipe at Donald Trump, they will. That is absolute truth. You know, it may not be about this particular story, but the overall attitude of the media is that Donald Trump and his administration can do no right. And they go after him day after day. And so that is what Pete Hegseth is saying. You know, he probably shouldn't have connected the two the way that he did, but he did. So now there's this battle that has been going on between Karoline Leavitt and Caitlin Collins. And a lot of people were talking about this. And I think the reason why people are talking about it is because of the fact that it made such a kerfuffle, I guess is what you'd say, is such a blistering fight during the White House press briefing.
Given what Secretary Hegseth said this morning, is it the position of this administration that the press should not prominently cover the deaths of U.S. service members?
No, it's the position of this administration that the press in this room and the press across the country should accurately report on the success of Operation Epic Fury and the damage it is doing to the rogue Iranian regime that has threatened the lives of every single American in this room. If the Iranian regime had their choice, they would kill every single person in this room. And so we can all be very grateful that we have an administration and that we have men and women in our armed forces who are willing to sacrifice their own lives for the rest of us in this room and for every American across the country and for every troop that is based in the Middle East. That's what these...
So, I mean, to me, point White House and Caroline Leavitt. But when she says the media needs to report on the success of the mission, well, in an ideal world, and Joan, if I'm over my skis on this, let me know, but it seems to me like the media is supposed to report on the facts, not call it a success or not call it a failure. They just need to report on the facts. Now,
This is true. Yes.
the facts are that we are kicking Iran's butt. I mean, there's no other way about that. But, you know, to label it a success or a failure is not necessarily the media's job. The people who digest the media, they can come to their own conclusions on whether or not it is a success or a failure. Now, there are people who are columnists and journalists, and not journalists, but columnists and people that give opinions like me. I have an opinion on whether or not it is a success and a failure, but the media's job is just to report the facts. One of the things I would say is the media is always harping on the negative, always. And they're always trying to paint the Trump administration in a bad light. That is an absolute fact, and you can't deny that. This is the battle as it continues.
Claiming that it was front page news about these 6 service members who were killed.
That's not what the secretary said, Caitlin, and that's not what the secretary meant, and you know it. You know you are being disingenuous. There is not. We've never had a secretary of defense who cares more.
Drones get through or tragic things happen. It's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad. Yeah, as you know, we cover the deaths of U.S. service members under every president.
The press does only want to make the president look bad. That's a fact. Especially you. No, listen to me. Especially you, and especially CNN. And the Secretary of Defense cares deeply about our war fighters and our men and women in uniform. He travels all across this country to meet with them, to connect with them, and your network has hardly ever probably reported on that. You also had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, Chairman Kane, who's a brave patriot, standing alongside the secretary at the Pentagon this morning, again expressing his condolences to these families. And I just told you that the President of the United States will be attending their dignified transfer. So please,
that's not making the president look bad. That's showcasing that.
We expect you to cover that as you should. We expect you to cover that as you should, Caitlin. But you and your network know that you take every single thing this administration says and tries to use it to make the president look bad.
See, okay, so she's got a point, because it's not necessarily what I would say is that it's not necessarily about this one story. It is about the fact that CNN, for years and years and years and years, CNN has done nothing but attack Donald Trump. Have you ever, I would have to ask this question, Joan, have you ever seen CNN since Donald Trump became the president? Have you ever seen them do anything positive on the president?
No.
Neither have I. I mean,
fact,
and I'm sure that it's happened, but
they speak with such the anchors I'm talking about, are the show hosts. They speak with such disdain and disregard for the president, for his wife, for anybody in the cabinet. They have so much loathing for them that it just comes out. Like when they speak, they can't help themselves.
Yeah, it is the loathing, and you used exactly the right word, Joan. Disdain. So, as I said, it's not about this one story. Caitlin Collins is trying to make it about that one little comment that Pete Hegseth made, when the reality is, when you look at the overall body of work for CNN for all of these years, they've absolutely been attacking Donald Trump. I mean, you know, when you look at the history between CNN and Donald Trump, And again, the body of work with all of those different reporters and all of those different show hosts and so forth, it's always negative. But here's the other thing. What a silly thing for Caitlin Collins to ask about. Like, is it just me, Joan, or does that seem kind of petty? With all of the things that are going on, she's going to ask about, this 12-second soundbite of Pete Hegseth talking about the fallen war heroes and how the media is always trying to paint Donald Trump in a bad light. It seems incredibly petty.
It's
with
petty,
all the news
it's
that is
very
going
personal. It's a personal snide remark to Caroline Leavitt. She knows it. She knows it. Caitlin Collins thinks she is the bomb. She thinks that, she's the queen of Capitol Hill right now. So she's going to ask anything and thinks that, everybody in the room thinks that she is the bomb.
Remember Jim Acosta?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, she stepped into his shoes. She's just the female, taller version of it.
Tall. How tall was Jim Acosta? Was he a short guy?
Now I'm going to have to look it up.
Very good.
Acosta.
I mean, I will say that Caitlin Collins is far more fetching than Jim Acosta. But anyway.
Yeah.
So this is one more audio bite.
That is an objectable fact.
I don't think covering troop deaths is trying to make.
If you're trying to argue right now that CNN's overwhelming coverage is not negative of President Donald Trump, I think the American people would tend to agree, and your ratings would tend to disagree with that as well. Go ahead.
I love. I mean, I don't know, but one of the things that I like about playing these audio bites is when all of the other media outlets and all the other reporters in the room just start, screaming questions. Maybe it's a follow-up, whatever it is. But yes, the reality is that this Caroline Leavitt's reaction, in my opinion, was not necessarily about the one story about what Pete Hegseth said, but it was actually about the overall body of work of CNN when it comes to the Trump administration. I love the memes, by the way. Do you know what CNN stands for, Joan? The Crap News Network.
Yeah. There's so many things that it could stand for. People have made up a lot of memes about that.
NBC, nothing but crap. CBS, crap broadcasting station. ABC, always broadcasting crap. Yeah. So, yeah, the media and in particular the news organizations, they have lost the battle. I mean, you want to talk about losing battles. They have lost the battle with the Trump administration. And honestly, it's nothing that the Trump administration, either the first one or the second one, it's nothing that they have done or not done. It is their reaction to it. And I haven't seen. Sam, look up, if you would. There's probably been a more recent poll on the credibility of the news media. And do people have any faith in the news media? Last time I saw, it was like, right there with Congress at like 20, 30%, something like that. It was really, really low. And how far they've fallen. And again, it's really since Donald Trump took office, and it's nothing that Donald Trump has done except that he has called them out on their crap. And that's what I really love about Donald Trump.
Good point to bring up. Gallup poll from October 2nd of this past year. Trust in media at new low of 28% in the U.S.
28%.
And then specifically gets to Republicans' confidence in mass media to report news, quote, fully, accurately, and fairly, now at 8%.
I'm going to say I am actually shocked at 8%. That's lower than I thought that it would be. Because and I thought, and maybe I'm wrong. Am I wrong on this, guys? So if somebody is more of a mainstream moderate Republican, then it seems like they would have more faith in the media as opposed to somebody or a group of people who are Donald Trump supporters who have recognized for a long time the bias in the media. I don't think that, there's only 8% of the Republicans don't like Donald Trump. I think that number is actually higher. So that tells me that even the Republicans who are not Donald Trump supporters, at the very least, recognize the absolutely incredibly biased reporting that we have seen from the media. All right, I'm dying to know, Joan, how tall is Jim Acosta?
Oh, he's 5'8".
5'8". And how tall is Caitlin Collins?
5'7".
Wow,
She just
fake
looks
news
taller.
Jones strikes
Yeah,
again.
yeah.
She's probably wearing 3-inch heels.
I think she is.
I bet you Jim Acosta wears heels too. I'm just saying.
Ooh, what
right.
now?
It's
They
5:50.
call those lifts, Dan.
It'd be funny if Ron DeSantis came out with his own line
of lifts.
His own line of lifts. See, that would be funny. All right, real quick, there is a comedian by the name of Alex Stein, and Dan Crenshaw was in Nashville. I guess this was last night, and he was ambushed by this comedian. This is what he had to say.
Dan, I bet you didn't see that loss coming, Dan.
Remember Dan Crenshaw?
Oh, I know who this is. Alex
the
Stein.
Yeah.
Primary, yeah.
Dan, did you see that loss coming, Crenshaw? Crenshaw, you took the L. Hey, Crenshaw, you took the L. Did you see that coming? I know you only got one eye, Cyclops.
See, come on, man.
Yeah, that was the line.
I'm gonna call Alex Stein an a-hole.
Oh, he is.
Dan Crenshaw, and I'm no fan of Dan Crenshaw. I spent almost an entire segment yesterday bashing the guy. However, Dan Crenshaw lost his eye on the field of battle. So no, you don't call the man a cyclops or whatever. That
Or bet you couldn't see that coming.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry,
creepy.
folks, but that is just.
You took the L. Hey, Crenshaw, you took the L. Did you see that coming? I know you only got one eye, Cyclops. You lost. Did you do a good job? Hey, Dan, great job on your election, brother. You're a loser. You're a loser. We got your ass, Dan. You're a loser. Great job, dude.
So there you go.
Isn't this the dude that dresses up and pretends to be trans to troll people?
I don't know. I've never heard of the guy,
him.
and I'll be honest with you. I hope I never hear from him again or about him again because I number one, I resent having to defend Dan Crenshaw, but I think that this is a guy who again lost his eye in the field of battle, and I think if you're gonna go after Dan Crenshaw, there's a lot of things to go after him about. But calling him a big one-eyed cyclops is just not cool.
Nope, not digging it.
Sam, what do you think?
Alex Stein is the guy that chased Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez up the steps. Do you remember that?
Mm-mm. He chased her up the steps. Why?
Asking her questions.
Yeah, he goes into those committee meetings and stuff in local government and just kind of acts like a. Tim Burchett has the proper term for it.
An a-hole?
Yeah.
Well, and I don't know, is this guy like a conservative?
Yeah, he's conservative leaning.
Right,
Okay.
but he's pretty crude.
Yeah.
I do have that video. Let's see if he
out the creepy guy.
No, this is somebody else. He was chasing her up the steps, and he called it my favorite big booty Latina AOC.
He once said that we need more transgender people in the military because they're pretty good at killing themselves and each other.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Anyway,
very dark.
so not funny.
He's got a history of being not funny.
Here we are, though, talking about him, which is exactly what people like him are looking for.
Yeah,
so.
sorry.
All right, it is 5:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Jones got the news coming up at 6. Joan.
Yeah, Spain agrees to help in the war, but says it's still opposed to the war in Iran. Also, a controversial school bill advances in the state legislature. Those stories at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So some people disagree with us. They say that on the Super Text line, which I have open, 615-737-9986. But 5845, Alex Stein is the GOAT. Okay. Other people say, one other guy says, 7706 says, Dan Crenshaw earned that scorn. As I said, I think there's plenty to criticize Dan Crenshaw over. I do understand that calling the man a cyclops is really low-hanging fruit. But listen, if that's your brand of comedy, more power to you. If that's what you like, okay. Alex Stein, though, not my cup of tea, and 5845 says he is the GOAT. I would disagree, but that's cool. 6 o'clock, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It is now 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And for drivers this morning who are traveling through Gallatin, there is a very serious accident on Highway 109 bypass at Hancock Street. Police are saying this is a car that is currently underneath a semi-truck, and there is a possibility of a fatality there. So Highway 109 bypass at Hancock Street, great place to avoid this morning. There will likely be some closures there. Spain has reconsidered its stance on the war in Iran, at least a little bit. The country is now sending its most advanced frigate to help provide air defenses for the island of Cyprus, which has become a target of Iranian drones. That ship is called, by the way, the Christopher Columbus. It'll be there to help evacuate civilians from the Middle East. Spain, however, has still declined to cooperate directly with the U.S. A Pakistani man is testifying in his defense this week as at his attempted terrorism trial. ABC's Aaron Katursky on that.
Trial began in Brooklyn federal court for a Pakistani national named Asif Merchant. He has ties to Iran and is on trial accused of plotting to assassinate President Trump. Iran has also been accused broadly of trying to kill dissidents here in New York and also other political figures around the country,
including President Trump. In the case of the Pakistani, Merchant says that his actions were driven by fear for loved ones in Iran. Although that scheme unfolded in 2024. Merchant was arrested the day before the attempt on President Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania, after he had paid undercover FBI agents to be hitmen. The bill before the state legislature in Nashville here that requires public schools to track a student's immigration status has now cleared its first hurdle. It's House Bill 793. It passed the House Finance Subcommittee yesterday, and it heads to the full Finance Committee now. But this bill is amended. It doesn't require schools to charge tuition for those in the country illegally. Sponsor William Lambert saying that he supports this version because it won't jeopardize federal funding for schools. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
The major stock averages rebounded from earlier losses to all close in the green Wednesday. The Dow Jones gained 238 points to finish at 48,739. The S&P picked up just over 0.75%. The Nasdaq rose 1.3%. Billions of dollars in tariff money may be headed back to private companies. A federal judge in New York has ruled that funds collected under tariffs now declared illegal must be returned. Some estimates say that could add up to about $175 billion.
And stock futures right now looking down. We've got the Dow futures minus 100 points. That's the latest news. Traffic is next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, just to mention that serious accident again in Gallatin. It's on Highway 109 bypass at Hancock Street. A vehicle that is currently underneath a semi-truck. That's going to possibly cause some closures. Be careful in that area this morning. Got an accident in Ashland City. It's on Highway 49, northbound lanes before Golf Course Lane. And then in Clarksville, it's 124 on I-24 westbound at the off-ramp to MLK Parkway. A crash involving injuries. It's at the off-ramp, and it's partially blocking that off-ramp. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you and welcome on in to a Thursday, March 5th. Nashville's Morning News brought to you by Tennessee National Golf and Waterfront Community. Find them online, TennesseeNational.com. There is a lot going on today and appreciate you joining us. One of the things that I thought was interesting in the news is Jack Johnson. We all know Jack. He has appeared on this show and others. Often here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So he is the Senate Majority Leader. He was accused. I want to slow down and take a good look at this story. He was on Murphy's show yesterday. So State Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson was accused of buying Tesla stock while the Music City Loop project was being considered by the state legislature. Now this is part of a piece from WSMV.
But when the Franklin Republican introduced his oversight bill, Johnson didn't tell his Senate colleagues about the investment, so we asked him last night if that's a conflict of interest.
Well, I don't know. I've owned Tesla stock for years, and it's properly disclosed.
Well, while Johnson admits to being in talks with the Boring Company, he denies the project played any role in his Tesla investment.
I don't think the Boring Company is associated with Tesla. I think they're separate companies. I'd have to check.
Buying that stock and carrying a bill that could boost its value, it isn't a good look for Johnson.
People are always going to think the worst.
Because political analyst Kent Seiler says on controversial projects like the Music City Loop, people want more transparency, not less.
So I'm going to tell you that piece, the whole thing just sounds very tabloid. I mean, you heard it. Now, I think the Senate Majority Leader does a great job, but if he's done something wrong, then he needs to be held accountable. But, here's the thing. They say that Johnson bought Tesla stock in April of 2025. Governor Lee announced the Boring deal in July. So the piece is asking the question, did Jack Johnson, Senate Majority Leader, buy the stock knowing that the Boring Company was working with the state to build the Music City Loop? You heard Senate Majority Leader say Tesla during this piece on WSMV. You heard him say that Tesla and the Boring Company are two separate companies. And they are. Not only are they two separate companies, but the deal with Nashville is with the Boring Company and not Tesla. As a matter of fact, I looked it up. I looked it up on Grok. I looked it up on a couple of different business sites, and I looked it up on GTP, whatever it is. These two companies, they are completely separate. Tesla and the Boring Company. They are run separately. They have separate profits and losses and all that. They don't even share the same management. Obviously, they share Elon Musk. But I specifically asked the question, if the Boring Company makes money do the investors of Tesla also earn those profits? And they said no, they don't. These two companies are completely separate. So Jack Johnson investing in Tesla, a public company, did nothing wrong, even though the Boring Company is the one that we are doing business with here in Nashville. The two are operated completely separately. I read 4 articles, ChatGPT, Grok, they all said the same thing. 2 separate companies, and so that, no offense to anybody who's reporting on this, but it just, they're making it sound, in my opinion, anyway, way more salacious than it is. And so Jack Johnson actually went on to sell his share in Tesla. And he didn't have to, by the way, but he did anyway because he wanted to ensure that people didn't think that he did anything wrong. Here's what he told Matt Murphy yesterday.
You used the word sleuthing. Look, we are required as members of the General Assembly to disclose every year the stock positions that we have, sources of income, and that type of thing. And I think that's a good thing. I think there should be transparency. And yes, I did have a small, I would say relatively small, 50-share position in Tesla, and some are accusing me of somehow trying to benefit myself by advancing this Boring Company initiative, which is going to be wonderful for Middle Tennessee. Now, the Boring Company is a privately held company. Tesla is a publicly traded company. They are 2 separate companies, but, some people made an issue of it. So yesterday, at my own volition, I sold the position. I issued a statement to that effect. I don't want that to be a distraction. I bought the stock. It was fully disclosed, just like we all have to do. So, but I don't want it to be a distraction for us getting this incredible opportunity for Middle Tennessee.
Yeah, and he's right. I don't believe that he needed to sell his shares in Tesla. He probably made some good money, but bottom line is these are 2 separate companies, and it seems like with the reporting, they're trying to make it seem like there's something unseemly here. Friends, it took me 10, 15 minutes to, grok it and chat GPT it and read the articles where it literally said these are 2 separate companies, 2 separate revenue streams. And if you are somebody who is investing in Tesla, it doesn't mean that you are going to make money if the Boring Company makes money in Nashville. So nothing wrong. By the way, he also said yesterday that he didn't even know the deal was in play when he bought the stock.
Did you know about the Boring Company deal before you bought the stock?
I did not. The stock was the 50-share position was purchased. I went back and looked because the reporter asked me, and I said, I'll be glad to tell you. I don't have to divulge that under state law. I don't have to divulge how many shares I owned, but I was happy to do so.
Yeah.
I bought the position April 15th of last year, 50 shares. I haven't added to the position. When I sold it yesterday, I sold 50 shares, and that's what I bought almost a year ago. The announcement for the Boring Company was made on July 28th of last year. I had no knowledge that it was coming until the governor made the public announcement.
So now what people are saying, and I hear you on the super text line, I hear you. 8727, the Boring Company is using Tesla cars solely for the transportation in the tunnel. Everybody knows that the tunnels are going to be using Teslas. But when you're talking about a deal of this magnitude, I just think that is such a minor part of the conversation that it's, honestly, not even worth including in the discussion. But okay, fine. So I don't know how much Tesla cars are, but I don't think it's enough to move the needle as it relates to, oh gosh, so Tesla is going to make what? Another few $100,000 with all of these Tesla vehicles? I think people are trying to find something here that, in my opinion, is just not. I don't see it. Now, if it was something where he was invested in the Boring Company, that'd be different. However, the Boring Company is a privately held company. So, again, I don't see the fact that it's going to use Tesla vehicles as a gotcha moment or a aha moment with State Senator Jack Johnson. I just don't see it, because the amount of money that we're talking about, the amount of revenue that we're talking about as the Boring Company buys these vehicles from Tesla, again, you're talking about, I would say, a few $100,000. When you're talking about a company the size of Tesla, it just doesn't really seem to make much of a difference. Anyway, so that's my opinion on it, and you can disagree with me all you want, but hopefully you're satisfied with the fact that Jack Johnson, he sold his stake in Tesla to alleviate all the fears. But I don't have any fears whatsoever. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather goes, it is, by the way, 6:16 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, you're going to have to help me with the weather. I'm a little bit out of my comfort zone because I'm here at home.
Yep.
What's the weather going to be today?
So it looks like right now it's mostly cloudy, and then we're going to have a chance of showers and thunderstorms today, going up near 80 degrees.
80 degrees for a high today?
Almost.
All right. Very good. Thank you, Joan. Appreciate it. It is 6:17 now. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, you want to do a, Sam, let's do a Daily Dan poll. So I just presented the information on the Jack Johnson. I'm going to call it a controversy. He's not shying away from, these questions about when it was that he bought the Tesla stock and is there anything inappropriate about it. So I've presented my opinion and what I would say is all the facts. Let's do a Daily Dan poll. Do you believe that Senate Majority Leader Jack Johnson did anything wrong? Because I don't think that he did. I just don't. I think that this is much ado about nothing. However, when there are concerns, and he said, I'm going to go ahead and sell my stock in Tesla. So it seems to me like, all right, so he didn't know about it. They're two separate companies. He didn't know about the deal when he bought Tesla. He didn't. He bought Tesla and not the Boring Company. The Boring Company is a private company, not a publicly traded company like Tesla is. And he's now selling his stock. Now, somebody might say, okay, well, if he really was concerned, what he would do is whatever profit he made in selling the Tesla stock, he should give that to charity. Whatever. I mean, I'm shrugging my shoulders at this point. I think there are some people that just like to find controversy even when it is not there, but whatever. I would say that the reporting on this has been salacious, and that's where I'm going to stand on that. It is 6:18, Nashville's Morning News. By the way, you can also chime in on the Super Text line, 615-737-9986, 1303. Jack did nothing wrong. Oh, by the way, you heard in the piece, and I don't want to go on and on about this, but you heard in the piece that he put on his financial reports that he was invested in Tesla. So there was nothing that he did where you can accuse the man of trying to hide something. Here's the other thing. If he did, we would be all over it. We would. And if more information comes out, we will be all over it. Anyway, so a lot of people chiming in on that. If you want to take the Daily Dan poll. By the way, we do have good news as we continue with the 6 o'clock hour. The good news is that we have a new computer. And so we are on YouTube. We're on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, 997WTN.com. I'm broadcasting from home today and tomorrow. Beginning Monday, I'm going to start showing videos again. I strongly suspect.
Hold on. Beginning Monday? Or next month?
Aren't you on
my show?
About to say,
yeah.
On Monday, you're not.
Oh, I'm not here Monday. You know what? When I get back, a long time from now, I'm going to start showing videos.
But don't put that on the producer. People go, "Where's the video? Where's Dan Monday? What'd Sam do with it?
Where's the videos Dan promised?" Ask Brian. No, I'm working today and tomorrow, and from home, personal reasons. And then Brian will be here next week, and I'm going to Gatlinburg. Going to have some fun on some roller coasters at Dollywood, and just going to see my daughter who's coming into town as well. So going to be a great week off. And
I dare you to eat a bunch of seafood and then get on a roller coaster.
Don't dare him stuff like that. He's got a grandchild he's going to be hanging out with.
It's exactly
You wanna
right. I
see
don't want to
Grandpa
horrify the
yakking
child.
all
by-
over
No,
the place.
hold on. No. If I know babies, which my family is very big, so I do, they love it when old men act out and are goofy. And especially if they are, in the similar behavior of spitting up on themselves.
Do you know what young Jameson does when he sees me? I wish I had it on video.
Big old smile.
So the last 2 times I have seen Jameson, I kid you not, I walk into the house. Do you know what he does? He runs over to his little baby bed thing and just slumps on the bed. And I was like, oh, the bald guy is here again. And
or he's just imitating Grandpa.
Do you know what? He could be imitating Grandpa. He actually could be imitating Grandpa. But I love to see him, and that little man is the highlight of my life, and I love seeing him as often as I can. So she's going to be coming down here, and they are going to be coming down here and spending a couple of days. And so I did want to take a couple of days off and devote my time to being a grandpa. So looking forward to that. All right. It is 6:22 on Super Talk. No Disney cruise this time or ever, Gene. I will never forgive Murphy for setting that whole thing up. Just trying to tell people that I went on a Disney cruise when it wasn't a Disney cruise. And I'm not going to Disneyland.
What kind of cruise was it?
It was what was the name of the cruise? Joan, do you remember the cruise I went on?
I do. Did you?
It started with a P. It starts with a P.
Princess of the Seas?
No, it's not Princess of the Seas. Whatever.
Well, that is a cruise line.
I know I know, but it's not Princess of the Seas. It's something else, and I can never remember the name of it.
Did you go on a Norwegian?
No, it wasn't Norwegian.
Okay. The Pride of the something?
No, it wasn't. I'm sure it was. I have no idea. Nobody cares. Anyway. 615-737. If anybody can remember the cruise that I went on, the cruise line that I like to go on, text it at 615-737-9986. By the way, 1026 says, overall, I find this topic boring. Talking about the Boring Company. I understand it is 623 on Super Talk. Hey, I find this next topic actually really interesting. So there's an idea in the Tennessee State Legislature, and they have an idea on how to fill the gap. You know, we have a teacher shortage, I believe, in the state of Tennessee. And now there's a really intriguing and interesting idea on how to solve that problem. And it is coming up here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Royal Caribbean, thank you, 2327.
Royal Caribbean does not start with a P.
It doesn't start with a P.
Okay. So the R is actually a P with a little thing on the side.
That's exact. Do you know what it is? I need more Wally's Bean Machine coffee this morning. That's what's missing from my morning.
You know what I'm having right now?
What?
The vanilla with espresso. It's so good.
Yeah. I miss there are so many people that know more about my life than me. All these people.
Yeah.
Royal Caribbean, man. Just Royal Caribbean.
And the milk is frothed.
Jane, what's a... Oh, my God.
Jane!
Didn't even mean to.
There it is.
That's right. You hide behind your oversized microphone, Mandis.
Do you know what? I think I'm having a complete mental breakdown right now.
I think it's just a
memory
stroke.
breakdown.
It's a stroke.
All right. Joan, it's not a stroke.
Is Riker burning toast?
Speaking of which, I can't forget to wake up Riker in about 5 minutes. All right, Joan, what is coming up in the news at 6:30?
We'll tell you the one thing that the U.S. and Israel are targeting or trying to target in Iran right now and why. It's coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
All right, thank you.
Jane. Jane out.
Steve is coming up after the news at 9. Sam, have I ever shanked your name? I know that early on I used to call you Johnny all the time.
No, actually, you just act like I don't have a name. I'm nameless.
Yeah,
there'll be times
I've said
it's
you
the
behind the
safe
glass.
Bet. Yeah.
Here's one date that I will not forget, Saturday, March 21st. I'm going to tell you why. I want to tell you about the Glock store. So you've done your firearms training, but have you ever wondered if you're ready, if you're really ready to meet that moment when your life and your family's life could be on the line? Well, that's why I am so glad that I did my firearms training at the Glock store and their Shoot 270 indoor ranges. I've done it with low light, no light training, one-on-one instruction as well. But next up, the Glock store has taken their training to an all-new level with their force-on-force simunition exercise. Now, that is happening on Saturday, March 21st. Basically, what they're going to do is they put you in a simulated situation where deadly force may be necessary to save your life or someone else's. That's right. Now, this is where it really does get real. Armed with a Glock 17T, which, by the way, is used to train SWAT and U.S. Special Forces. Now, you can test your reflexes, your marksmanship, and your judgment, making split-second decisions in realistic life-or-death live-action simulation. So if you want to try it, find out more, go to shoot270.com, click on training, and then classes. That's shoot270.com, training, and then classes. So these are truly unique force-on-force training sessions. They do begin, again, on Saturday, March 21st. Slots are going fast, so check them out, shoot270.com.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And Saudi Arabia says it is rerouting some of its crude oil exports through the Red Sea. That helps them bypass the Strait of Hormuz, where shipping lanes have now slowed to a halt. The Saudi company Aramco now asking its customers to pick up their cargo from the Red Sea port of Yanbu. Meantime, the U.S. and Israel are calculating that Iran still has a lot of missiles in its stockpile. Fox News' Trey Yingst.
They are going after these launching positions because they're running low on launchers. They still have missile stockpiles, but we understand that U.S. Central Command and their Israeli counterparts are trying to not only target the launchers, but also the production facilities and storage sites. And so it's challenging to get a specific number of how many missiles we believe the Iranian regime still has left, but they also have short-range capabilities, the cruise missiles and drones that they've launched into the Gulf, and even to Azerbaijan earlier today.
Iran has been relying heavily on its stock of kamikaze drones, of which it has a huge supply. There are two bills before the state legislature here in Tennessee regarding state universities and colleges. One requires every public university to create a 40-foot by 40-foot courtyard on its main campus where students, faculty, and visitors can engage in civil discourse in a nod to Charlie Kirk. The courtyards would display plaques honoring the Bill of Rights, the Tennessee Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, and the Ten Commandments, along with Charlie Kirk's name and date of death. Now, the other bill requires the schools to adopt statements on freedom of expression and political neutrality. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Still really jammed up in Gallatin this morning on Highway 109 bypass. It's northbound at Hancock Street. That is an accident involving a car that is underneath a semi-truck. Some injuries there, possibly a fatality. Great place to avoid. In Woodbine, I-24 westbound at I-440. The crash there takes out the left lane. Smyrna 24 westbound past Almaville Road. That's a crash. And in Clarksville, 24 the westbound side again at the off-ramp to ML King Parkway. Crash there. The off-ramp is partially blocked at exit 11. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.636 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and Scott Sapicki is going to be joining us, State Representative Scott Sapicki. Real quick, though, I don't know if this is breaking news or not. There has been, Joan, real quick, have you noticed an overuse of the moniker breaking news? So I don't know.
Sometimes on the nationals, yeah.
If everything is breaking news, nothing is breaking news.
Correct.
So CNN is calling this breaking news, saying that the U.S. Has no plans for U.S. troops in Iran. I'm assuming they mean ground troops at this time. So I don't know if that's new or not, but CNN is saying that is breaking news. So anyway, all right, very good. All right, it is 6:38 on Super Talk 99.7. Scott Sapicki is joining us, chairman of the Education Subcommittee, and always great to have you on, Scott. I thought this was interesting. The headline really caught my eye, and, you know, I like to talk education. Tennessee lawmakers consider a 2-year pathway to address teacher shortages. Tennessee could soon become the first state in the nation to offer an associate's degree pathway for aspiring teachers. Under proposal, lawmakers claim aims to ease shortages in some school districts. So let's talk about this. I mean, first of all, how bad is the teacher shortage here in the state of Tennessee?
Well, that's a great question. We have roughly 70,000 teachers across the state of Tennessee right now. There's a couple districts, and you can probably guess which two are the ones that have the most shortages. And in those shortages right now, we have 6,000 emergency credentialed teachers in those classrooms. Those are 6,000, almost 10%. We also have a huge number of substitute teachers that are in classrooms. And so able to put Tennessee where we wanted in education, we need to have somebody that has been trained in that classroom on how to educate these kids. And having conversations with the speaker over the summertime, we work together with some people to come together with a plan on how we can get a very intense curriculum for 2 years for someone to become a classroom teacher in early education and have a training of 1 year in the classroom, hopefully supervised by a mentor, to start to alleviate these shortages.
So obviously you're talking about Shelby County, i.e. Memphis, and Davidson County, i.e. Nashville. So I'm just going to ask a question I think we all know the answer to, but the reason why teachers don't want to teach in these districts is because the kids are difficult to teach or whatever. I mean, it's just, these are rough districts.
Well, yes, to some degree. I think a lot of it is going to have to come down to leadership and the support that teachers are getting in the classroom when it does come to discipline. Yeah. I think we need to have administration that sets the tone for the students in the classroom, that you will be respectful to your teachers, you will be respectful to each other. And I think once we have that in the classrooms, that'll attract more people into the profession of teaching. And then, you know, as well as I do, that Governor Lee's plan with the General Assembly to raise the starting pay for a teacher in Tennessee to $50,000 goes into effect fully next year. And I think we need to look at, hey, is there something else we can do to help incentivize more people to get into the classroom, and maybe this associate's does.
So the only thing that I can say about, because I love this idea. I'm just going to tell you right up front, I love the idea. But do you run the risk of people, just to play devil's advocate, saying, well, what you're doing is you're lowering the standards for teachers, and that will impact some of these kids in Shelby County or Davidson County, because I can see some people saying, well, they're getting a lower quality of teacher.
Well, sort of, but on the other hand, Dan, with those 6,000 emergency credentialed teachers, I hold a degree in history. Does that mean I'm qualified to go into the classroom and teach history? Maybe, maybe not. I really haven't taken any type of classroom curriculum on how to manage it. But if we can get somebody in a classroom that has had an intense program put together by our community colleges to give them the necessary skills, I think we come out on the other end better, because number one, I have somebody who really wants to be a teacher.
Yep.
And number two, we'll create a pathway for them that if they want to continue on to get their bachelor's, then that'll be a pathway also.
And yeah, I do think that it's a great idea. What does the governor think about this? I'm assuming there's been a conversation. What do your fellow lawmakers think about this?
Well, it was in committee, subcommittee this week. It passed unanimously and moved on to the full committee in House Education. I'm assuming that I should have no problem, hopefully, getting it through full education, then on to the House floor. I would assume that the Speaker has already had conversations with the governor that he will sign this piece of legislation and create this opportunity for people in Tennessee.
All right. I think that, personally, again, I think it's a great idea. One of the things that people often say, and then we'll move on to another topic, but one of the things that people often say is, if you have a degree, and I should ask, currently, what are the requirements for a teacher in the state of Tennessee? You need obviously like a 4-year degree. I have no idea. Do you need a 4-year degree and then sort of a teaching credential? How does that whole thing work?
Well, in your 4-year, when you say you want to be a teacher, obviously we all take the same first core curriculum in your first 2 years getting your bachelor's. And then the last 2 is where you declare, your major, and in that major is baked in part of the things about being a teacher, how to manage a classroom, how to prepare a classroom, how to teach. And so that all gets baked into those last 2 years. So moving forward, it'll be something that will be accelerated like that for those 2 years, but that 3rd year will be teaching in the classroom, but you will be under a certification of a teacher that's already there to make sure if you have a question on classroom etiquette or how to prepare a lesson or how to teach a lesson, you'll have an expert to lean on there.
It almost sounds like a trade school for teachers. You know what I mean? It's almost like a vocational. So I think this is a great idea. And if we can get more teachers in the classroom, and certainly ones that really do want to be teachers, I think this is a great idea. We've got more with Scott Sapicki coming up next. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. Very good. And as far as your weather goes, it's going to be partly cloudy, slight chance of some rain, and look for highs around 81 degrees. Scott Sapicki is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. I thought this headline was interesting, and I want you to fill in the blanks. States weigh limits outright bans on education tech in schools, and Tennessee is one of those states that they report on. Kansas, Missouri, Tennessee, Virginia, and West Virginia. One bill currently advancing in Tennessee's legislature, HB 2393, would ban public school districts and charter schools from allowing students in grades K through 5 to access digital devices, and would prohibit employees from using digital devices for instruction in those grades. So what is currently happening in the state of Tennessee, and why do we want to ban it or talk about banning these devices?
I'm glad you brought this up. I'm very involved with House Bill 2393. So there was a study that just came out looking at the advent of technology into our classrooms, and what we've seen as we've relied more and more on technology, our academic results have fallen further and further lower. And so it's been we always want to try to follow the data in education, and what we're looking at right now, and we've amended this bill. We understand that there has to be some type of technology in the classroom. But we in Tennessee are going to limit that use of technology to purely instructional means, keeping the kids off of social media during classroom time, making sure that if we are using the Chromebooks or the iPads, that the teacher is directing the instruction and tasking the students using the technology to help them educate, right?
Yep.
But conversely with that, there's another bill that I'm carrying also, that if we're going to admit that we have to have this technology in the classroom for our kids to compete, not only in Tennessee or the United States, but globally for jobs, then we have to do everything we can to protect these kids from what the internet is trying to expose them to via the harmful material that's out there. And the thing that's made this very complex right now is artificial intelligence, because it is out there and it is seeking access to these children. And so we have an obligation to the parents and the children of Tennessee that if we're going to provide a Chromebook to them and we're going to allow internet access, that we must have limiting factors on what the kids can access on state-approved devices.
So what do you do? I mean, do you then put, if we're going to keep the devices, then what do you do to protect them? Is there going to be a particular piece of software, or how would that work?
So traditionally what we've done in education is we create blacklists. And what a blacklist is everything's available. And then once there's a report of harm done, you ban access to that site. Conversely, what we're going to do now is we're going to do whitelisting, and what that does is it blocks everything, and then we build accessible material and have limiting factors of what our kids can and can't get to. I'm sure at WWTN, if you're using company technology, there's probably sites that you can't get to, and there's a reason for that. We have to do the same thing in education now with how pervasive artificial intelligence is, and those individuals who are looking to gain access to our children for nefarious reasons. We now have an obligation to create these whitelists so that anything our children are going to access on our Chromebooks, we've already approved and we know where it's going to lead to for educational purposes only.
You know, I will tell you that as a guy who just put Riker's Chromebook in his backpack as he's getting ready to go off to school today, I love that. How much of an issue is it right now? I mean, obviously parents have to watch and teachers have to watch what the kids are looking at, but has there been a lot of issues of kids being preyed upon on their Chromebooks?
Yeah, we had testimony, Dan, and this came to me from a bunch of moms who kind of had a conversation one day about, hey, you know, my child's doing this and doing that. And when they started to look into it, these districts were issuing these Chromebooks with full access to the internet and full access to YouTube. And when one of these mothers looked at their history, their browser history, they were seeing these sites that the children accessed on murder, on death, on sexual content. And this was off a Chromebook provided by the district. I would ask you this as a parent in Tennessee. If you have a Chromebook, if your child has a Chromebook, you should be looking at their browser history every week to stay on top of this. Now, in the bill, we have, if it, and the districts can monitor this in real time, if your student accesses a site that they shouldn't for some reason, the bill says that the parent must be notified in 24 hours.
You know, and all of that makes perfect sense. And I hate to invoke the name of Hillary Clinton, but sometimes it does take a village to make sure that our kids are not being preyed upon in the classroom. And I do like what is going on. We've got like 90 seconds left. Scott Sapicki, is there anything else the people of Middle Tennessee need to know about what is going on in the state legislature?
Well, we are looking very intently on trying to link up higher ed and K-12 when it comes to the technical fields. Those jobs that build it, fix it, or repair it in the state of Tennessee, that is the fastest retiring segment of our society, and we need the next generation of those individuals that are going to step up into those very, very high-paying jobs in our community colleges and our technical colleges across Tennessee. So we're looking forward to having those conversations going forward. And then with the new election of a governor, we will all be seeing to see who the new commissioner of education is going to be.
All right, and always appreciate having you on, Scott, and we'll talk to you again soon. It is 6:51 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. People asking me, and I thought it was interesting on the Super Text line, and I'm monitoring it as we speak. How do they get more information on how to become a teacher within 2 years plus the year of hyper-focused teaching there in the classroom? And it's not even past the state legislature yet. So it's got to pass the state legislature. It's got to, get the governor's signature on it. So there's a long way to go before the state legislature, if the bill passes, that you are able to get sort of a fast pass, if you will, into the opportunity to teach Tennessee's kids. So we'll keep you updated on this, though. I mean, I don't know. Joan, am I off base here? I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Just a couple of years, and it's a sort of a fast-paced, truncated training for somebody to become a teacher. If they want to become a teacher and they can do it effectively with only 2 years of training, but the additional year in the classroom, I think it's a good idea.
I would say the same for DCS workers at this point.
For what teachers? For what,
for
Sam?
DCS workers. We had.
Oh, yes. Okay, got it. I was trying to figure out what DCS is. But you're right, Sam. You're absolutely right. I mean, the DCS, the Department of Child Services, they are in, I think they're probably, Joan, do you think that DCS, and Sam, do you think DCS is in more dire straits than the districts of Shelby and Davidson County for schools and teachers?
Absolutely.
You think DCS is in a bigger hole?
And when you had Wendy Rutherford on to talk about it, you asked her that question about, do you think they should pull that bachelor's requirement from it? And she said no. And I had further discussion with her later on. And, 4 years in school just to get out into a job like that's going to be very emotionally stressful, going to put, the employees in some very tough situations. I think a working through it situation of having a 2-year degree, getting the in-field experience, if you will, and having a pathway to a 4-year program would benefit a whole lot more people and obviously benefit the kids involved.
Well, a lot of people, Joan, will say, I went to 4 years of school and, getting the teacher credential and all that kind of stuff just to go into the classroom and, number one, be treated the way that they're treated.
Oh, yeah.
Because, I mean, I would say that teachers are leaving districts like Shelby County and Davidson County, not only because of the pay, but because of the way that they're treated in the classroom.
Yeah, for sure.
So I love what they're trying to do, and I think it's very smart, and we'll have to see where this whole thing goes. All right, it is.
I'm sorry, wasn't
Go
it
ahead.
that teacher that refused to read the gay book to kids in his first grade class? Wasn't that Davidson County?
Oh, I don't remember.
I think it was, and
Yeah.
and I get it. I mean, those kind of things people don't.
It was a charter school in Davidson County.
Yep.
Right? Okay.
There you go.
So, no, you're right, Joan. All right, I got to go. 6:54. Joan's got the news coming up at 7. Joan.
Yeah, the latest on what's happening in Iran this morning, coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Pick a Joan, and want to tell you about my friends at Contours. Listen, summer is just months away, but the work to get that beach body back, it does begin right now. My friends at Contours, they can help you get it back with FDA-cleared red light technology. Now, Contours is going to help you target those areas that you hate, whether it's your belly, your arms, or your legs. Whatever problem area you have, they can solve that problem with no pain, no surgery, no downtime, just results. Now, I've been telling you, I usually fall asleep during my treatments at Contours. That's how relaxing it is. Now, real men and women from Franklin and all across Middle Tennessee have been checking out Contours. They have been seeing real results. Your beach trip, friends, isn't that far away. Let Contours help you get rid of those trouble spots. And right now, the first 10 callers get a special introductory price, $99. Now, you see results or it is free. But first 10 callers right now get a special introductory price of only $99. Call right now. This is the phone number, 615-236-9960. 615-236-9960. Find them online anytime. It is ConToursLLC.com. Contours, all you've got to lose is inches. All right. 6:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. Hey, Joan, you're not going to believe what Sam and I just talked about.
What's that?
Sam said that he would become a teacher for the sole purpose of tasing students. That's what Sam said.
Only the ones who deserve it.
Anyway, we actually didn't have that conversation. No. I think there are people that, would... the problem is that I think there's a lot of students that are joys to teach. Certainly there are.
Of course.
I was not one of them.
But you've also got the students who are a pain in the butt, and those are the ones that always go viral, including that one girl that pepper sprayed that teacher.
Oh, yeah.
Remember that whole thing?
Yes.
I mean, you see those kinds of incidents, and you feel sorry for teachers, man. Teachers are doing God's work. I know there's a lot of liberal teachers. I totally get that. I totally understand that. I will say, though, that there are a lot of teachers who listen to this radio station and this radio show who tell me every single day that they are there for their students. So we'll see where this bill goes, and I appreciate Scott Sapicki joining us here on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And the War Department has now identified the 2 remaining soldiers of the 6 who were killed in a drone strike in Kuwait. They are Major Jeffrey O'Brien. He's 45 years old from Waukee, Iowa. And Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzan. He's 54 from Sacramento. President Trump will attend the dignified transfer of the remains at Dover Air Base in Delaware. Meantime, the Democrats' effort to sink the operation in Iran failed yesterday.
The Trump administration saying this is just the beginning of the war, and now a victory for the White House.
The motion to discharge is not approved.
Republicans in Congress defeating an effort by Democrats to rein in President Trump's war powers. The measure would have prevented further military action without congressional approval. But Senate Republicans pointing out past presidents from Bush to Obama also conducted military operations without congressional approval.
That's ABC's Nicole D'Antonio. In Lewisburg yesterday, a car crashed into the bleachers at Marshall County High School's baseball stadium while a game was underway. Police say none of the fans or players were hurt, but the driver of that car suffered a medical emergency prior to the crash. This neighbor says it's not the first time something like this has happened on the busy roadway.
A guardrail would be wonderful, so would speed bumps, just to help slow traffic down. If I can give $100, $200, $500 to make this street and our kids safer, I absolutely would do it. In a heartbeat. I'd do it right now.
She was speaking to Channel 4 there. The problem, she says, is the stadium's close proximity to the road. School officials haven't commented about it. CVS is threatening to close down its stores in Tennessee as a bill that targets some pharmacies is moving through the legislature. Here's News 2's Kelly Milan.
At the center of the fight is a powerful but little understood part of the pharmaceutical industry, pharmacy benefit managers, or PBMs. The legislation, which passed the Tennessee House Insurance Subcommittee Wednesday, would prohibit any company from both owning a pharmacy and controlling a PBM. Supporters say the bill is aimed at separating financial control over drug pricing from the pharmacies that ultimately dispense medications.
That proposal, by the way, passed a subcommittee yesterday. It's heading now to the full House Insurance Committee. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. Stock futures slumping even more here this morning. The Dow futures are now down 232. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Still there, the accident on 109, Highway 109 bypass northbound in Gallatin. It's at Hancock Street. It involves a car and a semi-tractor trailer. Careful in that area this morning. 24 westbound in Woodbine, right at I-440. There's a crash that takes out the left shoulder. 40 eastbound in Pegram. You've got a crash just past McCrory Lane, exit 192. It's in the left shoulder. Almaville, I-840, westbound lanes at Almaville Road. Watch there for an accident as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you're doing well. And Nashville's Morning News brought to you by Tennessee National Golf and Waterfront Community. Find them online, TennesseeNational.com. And we have Congressman Matt Van Epps is joining us on the Newsmaker Hotline. Congressman, always great to have you on. And, of course, as a military guy, one of the first questions I'm going to ask you is, how do you think the war in Iran is going? And then I'll have some follow-ups on that.
Hey, Dan, good morning. Great to be with you as always. So I think Operation Epic Fury was the right call, and the president is executing peace through strength. The president tried to negotiate with the Iranian regime and had his negotiators there, and they were going back and forth. And at the end of the day, the regime had no interest in negotiating, had an interest in pursuing nuclear weapons, and that is a clear red line for this president and this administration. And so Operation Epic Fury was launched with very deliberate objectives, and I think it's the right call.
Let me ask you this, because some people are worried about the drones, and this was a bit of a conversation yesterday where we're doing a pretty good job of taking out their missiles and bombing their facilities. But the worry is the Iranian drones and what the resources it takes to be able to take out those drones. And Iran is saying, and there's a big article in the Daily Mail today, they've been on this, where they're saying that Iran's secret weapon are these drones. And so I know that you may or may not have any intel or insight into this, but is there a worry on your end or the people that you speak to in the House of Representatives that this is going to turn into a longer-term war just because of the drone warfare that Iran is currently engaged in?
Well, Dan, I am very confident in our military and our armed forces in conducting this operation. They're the best at it. Our partner Israel has been just a great partner. And the drones do pose a threat, but we're working through the target list, and there are several objectives: destroy the Iranian regime's missiles, annihilate their navy. We've seen both of those happen. Ensure the terrorist proxies can no longer destabilize the world. I mean, we're talking about a regime here whose policy is death to America and death to Israel. Hundreds of Americans were killed in Operation Iraqi Freedom by the Iranians, to include when I was deployed to Iraq in Operation OIF, and ultimately ensure Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And so our military is working through the target list and securing air superiority and also ensuring that those drones, which are low cost, one-way attack drones, they're capable, very, very unfortunately, and it's sad, and my hearts go out to the families of our service members that were killed. They're in my thoughts and prayers, and just heroes. And that's still being fully investigated, but I think probable that it was a one-way attack drone. And so it's a real threat, and we have to take it seriously and continue to work through the target list.
I know that you've been involved in this. I guess it's a discussion, but the state of the military, Heritage Foundation is involved in this as well. It's happening in the House of Representatives. And I mean, I don't know about you, but it seems to me like the state of our military, given what we're seeing in Iran, is actually pretty good. what would you say the state of our military is from your perspective as a guy who is a veteran, but also now in the House of Representatives and involved in these discussions?
Absolutely. So our military is very strong. I was honored to be a part of Heritage, their 2026 Military Index conference. They unveiled, it's about a 600-page document. They're doing it every couple of years, and it evaluates a very comprehensive evaluation of the global threat of our armed forces. And what we're seeing today is, in all of these operations that have happened over the last couple of months, is that our military is the best in the world, and they're very capable. What the index shows too is when we're in a prolonged conflict, potentially against China, is that we have work to do to ensure that we're able to meet that threat. The Air Force, they're flying the oldest fleet in its history. The aircraft are averaging almost 30 years old. The Navy has shrunk from about 600 ships in 1990 to under 300 today, and well below what we need at 355 plus, probably 400 for that Indo-Pacific requirements. And so when Heritage evaluates the military, they're looking at the two major conflicts, being able to operate those simultaneously, and specifically our pacing threat, which is China. And so we have work to do there. There's several things we've got to work on to include that structural risk, but ensuring that our industrial capacity is as modernized as possible, and the defense industrial base continues to improve.
There was a discussion yesterday, and it was controversial, and I want to ask you about it because I think that it is worthy of a conversation. The House of Representatives voted down very strong majority, both parties, this legislation, and it was brought forward by, I believe, Nancy Mace, and it would make public investigations into sexual harassment that was going on in Washington, D.C. And I want to give you a chance. A lot of people are talking about this that are within our audience, and you voted no on that legislation, that you felt like these kinds of investigations need to be kept under wraps. And so talk about why you voted no. One of the things that I would throw out there is that these are only allegations, and correct me if I'm wrong, but these would be allegations or accusations that would be made public. And so talk a little bit about that piece of legislation, the controversy, and why you voted no.
Yeah, Dan. Well, thank you for bringing it up. It's a really, really important topic. And, to start, there is no place for sexual harassment, for anything that is unethical in Congress. And Dan, I did vote yes on this piece of legislation.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Was in the minority voting yes on that. But I think the bottom line here is that the colleagues that I've talked to and worked with in leadership, want to get this right, and to ensure that there is no sexual harassment, discrimination, no sexual relationships between members and their staff. I mean, just things that are, inexcusable, that we have got to hold leaders, and especially public folks that have the public trust, at a higher standard. And so I am committed to doing that. I'm committed to working with leadership to ensure that the language is correct in it. And the folks that I've worked with and interact with on a daily basis, my colleagues here, they're great people, and I think the vast majority feel the same way that I do. Do the right thing, take care of your district, take care of the American people, and we've got to work to get that right and ensure that that we uphold those very high standards.
Yeah, I guess, and maybe you can explain it. So what basically happened is it was sent to committee, and what Nancy Mace and others are saying is that when it gets sent to committee, it essentially kills the bill and it never sees the light of day. So I guess that's where I'm confused. So was the vote then to send it to committee? Is that how that works?
Well, this was a floor vote yesterday, and so maybe we're talking about two different things potentially. So I think there was about 300, a little over 350 members of Congress that voted yes on this yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I think the bottom line here is we've got to get this right. I mean, this is the public trust, and the integrity of the office and of our actions have got to be at the highest standards. I take it very seriously. And anything else, any other legislation, anything else that comes across my desk here, along the lines of keeping the public trust and the integrity and ensuring that we have the most stringent standards, will always be at the very top of my list.
It is interesting because there is one of the things, and it's always been a frustration of mine, is sometimes the legislation is sent to committee and ultimately it is to kill a piece of legislation. And so one of the things, and I'll see if I can get the leader of the committee, and I forget who it is now, but I'll see if I can get the leader of that particular committee on to talk about it as well. Because you're right, sexual harassment that has been going on a long time in Washington, D.C., and particularly in the House of Representatives. So we'll continue to talk about that. More with Matt Van Epps coming up next. It is 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. And got a lot more straight ahead on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. As far as your weather goes, a little bit of rain today, possibly, and a high around 81, 82 degrees. And appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News. One of the other things, Congressman, that a lot of people are talking about is the issue of driver's licenses being given to illegal aliens. I know that the illegal aliens driving semis has been a very big deal and something that I know that I've been talking about a lot. Quite a bit. Talk about the progress that is making in the House of Representatives.
Yeah, well, and I'm glad that you're talking about that, Dan. We had a subcommittee, a Department of Homeland Security subcommittee oversight hearing yesterday, part of the oversight subcommittee on this exact topic, and it's absolutely critical. California's issued 17,000 non-domiciled CDLs in 2025. These are illegal aliens that are coming here and getting commercial driver's licenses. And we had in Tennessee, we had in one of these incidents happen where the Biden administration granted a non-English speaking illegal alien work authorization, allowing him to obtain a commercial driver's license. That man went on to cause a multi-vehicle crash, killing one and injuring two others. It's absolutely unacceptable. And the oversight hearing that we had yesterday was very impactful. One of my colleagues from California had young Delilah Coleman and her family in the hearing room yesterday. And if the listeners will recall, this is one of the guests that the president had at the State of the Union, who unfortunately was rear-ended by an illegal alien driving an 18-wheeler who nearly killed her. She's about 7 years old and is having to learn how to walk again. And it's absolutely inexcusable. And we've got to get this right. These are tens of thousands of people like this on our roadways across America.
One of the things, and you're right, and this is a big issue, particularly in places like California, where Gavin Newsom and really California does seem to be the epicenter of illegal aliens getting these driver's licenses, and you're putting driver's licenses and semis in the hands of people who, and I don't mean to be disrespectful, but illiterate in their own language, and then they come here and they're expected to be able to read road signs and be able to drive these big semis, and it has led to horrific results. And so glad you're on that. And with that, we'll say goodbye. Congressman Matt Van Epps, always great to have you on, and we'll talk to you again soon. It is 7:21 on Super Talk. Joan's got the news coming up at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, Kurdish troops, Dan, are reportedly already on the move in Iran. We've got that story. Also, a local man charged for something that he did while driving behind the wheel. Those stories and more at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Mark Spain Real Estate, the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. It is the easiest way to sell your home. You're going to save time and make the most money. Say goodbye to the stress that comes with showings, open houses, and costly home repairs. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate, they're going to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Now, one of their clients, Steve, said, my experience with Mark Spain Real Estate was beyond 5 stars. Not only did I get an amazing offer on my home, but we did indeed close quickly. I am so appreciative of Mark Spain Real Estate. Now, Steve is not alone. Mark Spain Real Estate has over 13,000 5-star reviews and sells more than 38 homes every single day, making them the most experienced real estate team in America. Trust Mark Spain Real Estate to provide the strongest cash offer in the industry and sell your home hassle-free. 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD, or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. 726 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here. Have you heard, Joan and Sam, have you guys heard this Tallarico, James Tallarico audio? Where
yeah. I've heard
my
so
goodness,
much
Rich.
of his audio this week. Woof.
Yeah.
It is insanity. So we're going to play a little bit of that coming back because I think it is important to make sure that we shine a light on what this guy is all about. Remember, we were talking about Tallarico, and he is the one that defeated Jasmine Crockett, and now he is going to be going against whoever wins the Republican runoff in the state of Texas for the Senate, right? So there's a lot to expose with this guy. We're talking about Matthew Hurd about how they're not as loud, they're not as brazen, and they're not insane when it comes to how they act, but it's what they believe in that we really do need to pay attention to. And yesterday we were talking about the church that he goes to, and we're talking about how they had, what was it, Sam, the LGBTQ flag, and it was draped over the cross.
They had both the rainbow pride flag and then the trans flag wrapped around their cross inside their church. I guess at least they had the purple robes that some churches use to, simplify Jesus in some way. That was in the middle, but then they had the much larger rainbow and trans flags on it as well.
Yeah, it is crazy. So we're gonna play some of that audio, and people are saying, what's so fascinating about politics is that you've got some people that are saying that there is no way that this guy has a chance there in Texas to run for the Senate, and then no way he's going to win the Senate. Other people are saying that he has a good chance of defeating the Republicans in the Senate. The Republicans going for a runoff. You've got John Cornyn and Ken Paxton. The Cornyn is the incumbent, and Ken Paxton is the Attorney General for the state of Texas. I don't know if is he still the Attorney General for Texas? Ken Paxton. Is he still the Attorney General?
I think so.
He's had a few controversies.
Oh yeah,
Ken Paxton has. So anyway, but we'll talk about Tallarico, because this dude, this is a full-on bag of nuts. So we'll talk about him and a whole lot more straight ahead. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning, I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And Azerbaijan has become the latest country in the neighborhood of Iran to be attacked. And this morning, Israel says it started another wave of large-scale strikes on Tehran, while also striking Hezbollah's command centers in Beirut. Meantime, Iranian Kurdish militias, mostly based in neighboring Iraq, have said that they are prepared for the possibility of taking armed action in Iran. Former U.S. Ambassador to Lebanon, David Hale.
Kurds are probably the most organized of the opposition elements involved in the situation in Iran that actually wants to bring about a democratic change. Why not?
Now, the Jerusalem Post is reporting this morning that the Kurds have already begun ground activity inside Iran, waiting to confirm that now. In local news, the Greenbrier man is facing charges of public indecency after performing a lewd act while driving. Here's Channel 4's Marius Payton.
Our partners at Smoky Barn News say this happened yesterday along Highway 41. A witness told police the driver, Bradley Gay, was deliberately positioning himself so the behavior could be seen.
Another driver who saw the act took down the license plate and called police. When police tracked down the driver, he confessed, saying that he was also watching pornography at the time. There has been an uptick in the checks being stolen from mailboxes in Williamson County, and detectives say it appears that those checks are being stolen at the loading docks of post offices. The thieves would then send those checks to other states like Oklahoma or Texas to be cashed. Residents are being advised for now to avoid sending checks in outgoing mail. That's the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here, the Wellness Institute of Nashville. When I arrived in Nashville many years ago, I was riddled with pain, back and neck pain, chronic back and neck pain. Listen, if that's you, the Wellness Institute of Nashville, they can help you. If you've got that back or neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, well, that can all be a thing of the past if you go to the Wellness Institute of Nashville. And these days, it is cheaper than ever before. They are offering you 47% off spinal decompression, non-surgical spinal decompression. That's right, 47% off non-surgical spinal decompression. 615-246-5009 is the phone number. 615-246-5009. 615-246-5009. That is the 2026 special. Find out more information at painisbad.com. I love the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Now, you can experience not only the Hydro Wave, which is brand new, and of course, yes, non-surgical decompression, but also robotic lasers, anti-gravity machines, cryo machines, stem cell stimulation machines, all right there at the Wellness Institute of Nashville. This is a great place. Check them out. They can help you today. 615-246-5009, painisbad.com.
They're still working on that scene this morning in Gallatin on Highway 109 bypass, the northbound lanes at Hancock Street. Very serious accident in that spot. Murfreesboro Pike in Antioch. Watch for a crash at on the westbound side at Hobson Pike. Then on 65 south in Madison at Briley Parkway, Ellington Parkway, exit 90. You've got 5 vehicles involved in a crash in that spot. They say up to 5 vehicles. That's a mess this morning. You'll want to avoid it if you can. And 440 eastbound at Hillsborough Pike in Belmont. Got a crash reported right there at exit 3. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
$7:35, Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So one of the things I love about this audience, guys, is that I was in the 5 o'clock hour talking about how I needed to remember at 6:30 that I needed to go up and wake up Riker because I'm broadcasting from home today.
You forgot, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
But I had 3 people in the chat say, or in the super text say, hey, don't forget to wake up Riker.
Love that.
At 6:30. So, yes, thank you. As I appreciate everybody's help and trying to get me to remember my duties as, bonus dad here while Amy's off in Atlanta, that I had to make sure that he got himself off to school, which I haven't seen him, the walk of shame coming down the stairs saying that he missed the bus. So I think I'm in the clear. So anyway, yeah, he did. And it was kind of funny. I'm not going to
do it. Do it.
So one of the things, because you people have seen how I dress, right? So Amy pulls out his clothes and says, make sure this is what he wears. Don't you dare try to dress my son. You can't even dress yourself.
Damn.
So then Riker, of course, comes down and he's got his own clothes on that he picked out. And Amy sent me a text making sure that I was not the one that picked out Riker's clothes.
Oh, that's funny.
Which is fine. Whatever. Anyway. All right, James Tallarico, real quick. Ugh. James Tallarico, the Democrat nominee for Senate. We've got 4 sound bites from him, and these are pretty horrifying. I've only listened to one, though. I've read the descriptions of the others. So this is, and if the Republicans actually lose against a guy who, even though he sounds eloquent and he sounds like he knows what he's talking about, he sounds perfectly normal, the things that he's saying, the actual substance of what he's saying, portray this dude as an idiot. So this is Tallarico testifying, by the way, while wearing a mask, that there's actually more than 2 genders. Joan, do you know how many genders he believes there is?
I think it was 6. I was looking.
Okay, here we go.
I want us all to be aware of is that modern science obviously recognizes that there are many more than 2 biological sexes. In fact, there are 6, which honestly, Representative Hefner, surprised me too. Surprised me too, because I am not well versed in this issue area. I'm not a scientist. I'm a politician, a lot worse than a scientist.
So, and he's wearing a mask, and it looks like he's one of the only guys wearing a mask. But yeah, he says there's 6 genders.
What a loser. Like, honestly, he declares himself to be he's a seminarian of some sort, a pastor. I don't know. But does he really believe that, after seeing this sex is 2, that God sent, that he's going to declare there's 6? Like, did God miscount?
I wish somebody would have said, okay, what are they?
Yeah.
And then, don't the Democrats have like 30 genders that they recognize? I think there is.
Well, that's what makes him a moderate. He only believes in 6.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
He's obviously hateful to somebody. So anyway, that is soundbite number 1. Here's another one where apparently he is saying trans people need abortions too.
Before we go further, I want to acknowledge that our trans community needs abortion care too. Defending trans Texans is something we have to do every day.
All right, so
defending trans what?
Texas. Defending trans
Texas. Okay.
So so I need to. Can we work through this? So trans people need abortions too. So is what he's saying that if you are a female who identifies as a man, but then you get pregnant, you are indeed a trans person needing an abortion. Is that what? Because I'm trying to make sense of it.
That has to be what he's talking about. I don't think we've reached German evil scientist level of implanting artificial wombs into men yet.
Give it time, man. Give it time.
Yeah, can't be far away.
All right, here's another one. James Tallarico, a Democrat nominee for the U.S. Senate in Texas. Here's what he says.
Our southern border should be like our front porch. There should be a giant welcome mat out front.
Wow.
What?
Yeah.
Our southern border should be like our front porch.
Who, by the way, do either of you have a mat that actually says welcome on it?
I believe that
I have a sign that's, one of those long signs that says welcome, W-E-L.
Are you talking about like the really popular
Yeah.
white girly wood board?
Yes, Sam, it's girly.
Specifically Caucasian.
You're so white.
I'm so white.
So I do have a welcome. Actually, I don't know if it's this goes back to before you two got here, but I was hit at one time with, I think, 2 or 3 different pest control people knocking on my door.
Oh, yeah.
It was the craziest thing. And so there was one guy who was obsessed with giving me a bunch of high fives. It was the bizarrest interaction I'd had in a long time, where I'm telling him I'm very happy with my pest control, but he was obsessed with giving me numerous high fives. I didn't understand it. I'm okay. I'll give you another high five if you just get off my porch. And so then I had another one, and that one left my home after I said, no, I don't need any pest control. And then he went over to my neighbor Jeff's house and he got into a fight, like an actual fisticuffs. Like the guy would not leave my buddy's porch.
Wow.
And so they got into a fight. Amy, bless her heart, and I've told this story once before, Amy hears all the commotion at Jeff's house and goes running over to Jeff's house to try to protect Jeff from this psycho pest control guy from hell who wouldn't leave Jeff's porch without Jeff buying pest control from this guy. And Jeff is the nicest guy ever. It was so bizarre. So anyway, I think that was the time that I actually ordered my welcome sign to be taken down.
So mine says, very politely, it says F off and beware of dog.
Oh.
That's what I would prefer our southern border to look like, if I'm being honest. I'm not saying my home is the model for that, but Mr. Tallarico, if we're going to be saying our southern border should be a welcome mat, I have an example.
Well, I want now a no soliciting sign on my porch. I think I have, and I'm not terribly observant in my house, just so we're clear. At one point, though, I think we had a no soliciting, don't even look at my house, don't even think about walking up my steps, don't even bother knocking on my door.
You should have like a staged amount of signs. After a certain point, they get to like, did you read the first 4? If you've reached this one, turn around now.
Yeah. That's exactly right. So anyway, yeah, the Tallarico, our front our border needs to look like a front porch. That is absolutely insane. No welcome mats. What we actually need are guns, dogs, walls, fencing. The fencing with all the like really hardcore metally stuff. What do you call that?
Barbed wire.
Barbed wire fence. That we need all of that.
So before
we
you
need
hardcore metally stuff.
Shut up, Joan.
I thought you were talking about a rock and roll band. Hardcore metally stuff.
You know what I've often said is what we need is like an alligator moat.
Yes.
Like I don't know why this is so hard. A big old alligator moat. That's all we really need.
Fill the Rio Grande.
Fill the Rio Grande with alligators. That would help. All right, here's one more. James Tallarico, the Texas candidate for U.S. Senate. Here we go. Misrepresents Mary's biblical virgin birth to justify the murder of unborn babies? Okay, I got to listen to this.
But I say all this in terms in context of abortion because before God comes over Mary and we have the incarnation, God asks for Mary's consent, which is remarkable. I mean, go back and read this in Luke. I mean, the angel comes down and asks Mary if this is something she wants to do. And she says, if it is God's will, let it be done. Let it be. Let it happen. So to me, that is an affirmation in one of our most central stories that creation has to be done with consent. You cannot force someone to create. Creation is one of the most sacred acts that we engage in as human beings. But that has to be done with consent. It has to be done with freedom. And to me, that is absolutely consistent with the ministry and life and death of Jesus. And so that's how I come down on that side of the issue.
So, I mean, listen, I'm no expert on the Bible, but that doesn't ring a bell. Wait, has anybody actually looked up the passage in Luke?
Doing it right now.
I think he has the verse correct, but here's the part he completely whiffs on. I mean, completely whiffs. He says that God asked for Mary's consent. Well, all Mary confirms that is if it's God's will, meaning my consent does not matter if it is God's will. If it is God's will, allow me to be a vessel for Christ. Don't, this isn't let me think about it. What are my pros and cons?
Was this on Joe Rogan's show?
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Because he's right there in Austin.
I'm gonna have to find out what Joe Rogan what his response to that was.
So here you go. You ready?
Yep.
So the angel Gabriel comes. Mary was greatly troubled at his words and wondered what kind of greeting this might be. But the angel said to her, "Do not be afraid, Mary. You have found favor with God. You will conceive and give birth to a son, and you are to call him Jesus. He'll be great, and he'll be called the Son of the Most High. The Lord God will give him the throne of his father David. He'll reign over Jacob's descendants forever. His kingdom will never end." And she says, "How will this be?" Mary asks the angel, "Since I am a virgin." And the angel answers, "The Holy Spirit will come on you. The power of the Most High will overshadow you. So the Holy One will be born and will be called the Son of God." And she says, there's a couple things after. Let me finish then. "Even Elizabeth, your relative, is going to have a child in her old age, and she who was said to be unable to conceive is in her 6th month. No word from God will ever fail. I am the Lord's servant," Mary answered. "May your word to me be fulfilled." And then the angel left her. There was no permission asked.
So where's the consent come in?
There was
that he's
no
talking
consent
about?
going on there. See, when people like him twist the words of the Bible in order to fit their narrative, they're doing something so incredibly harmful. They have no idea how much God is affected by that. He's angered by that.
They're twisting the words and the meaning to fit their narrative.
Absolutely.
And that is dangerous.
It's super dangerous. And that man, I wouldn't want to be near him to save my soul. He's got some demons going on.
Mm-hmm. Found a tweet from 5 years ago. I think this is in reference to some shootings that may have happened in 2021. Black Americans in a church, Mexican Americans in a store, Asian Americans in a spa. Radicalized white men are the greatest domestic terrorist threat in our country.
Oh
you
my
know,
gosh.
James, I couldn't agree more when they're radicalized leftist lunatics like yourself.
Yep.
That man is dangerous. He is dangerous. And so in the coming months, we need to really be out there, as Christians, as Republicans, shining the light on what a nutball this guy is and just how dangerous he is anywhere near our government.
If only we were on in Texas, but we're not.
We're not.
But that's okay.
But still, people in Texas see our social media posts.
Yes, they do. And we actually do have some listeners from Texas. And so, because I've done a lot of shows there in the past. So, hello, all you folks in Texas. Don't vote for this nut job. Although, if you're listening to this show, odds are you don't have a D next to your name. Anyway, whatever. So,
our frequent texter, Sally,
yes,
says his doormat says you are now in range. I love
like that.
You know what? I think I've met Sally, and but knowing what I know about Sally on the super text line, yeah, that tracks with Sally. As a matter of fact,
I've got one more cut if you want it. I just found it. This will make Joan even more enraged.
Oh boy, here I go. Yeah,
it'll put you on a crusading
My blood's already
warpath.
boiling.
He tries to use Jesus as a solution to all of the problems that I guess he's alluding that Republicans have created.
What would Jesus do about a tax system that benefits the rich over the poor? What would Jesus do about a healthcare system that forces the sick to start GoFundMe pages to afford life-saving surgeries? What would Jesus do about an education system that ties a child's school funding to their community's property wealth? What would Jesus do about a justice system that incarcerates more people than any other country on the face of the earth? And what would Jesus do about an economic system that prioritizes profits over the health of our planet?
I mean, assuming you know what the Lord would do is probably the highest form of blasphemous rhetoric and heresy I could think of, is trying to assume what Christ our Savior would do in a situation and speak for him.
It's an arrogance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it is an arrogance.
You're right.
But here's the deal. Like, you can run, but you can't hide from the things that you've said in the past. And it's not like this was, 20, 25, 30 years ago. This is modern
Recent,
day.
yes.
Oh, that was last week. That was February 22nd.
Okay, so it's
Seriously?
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. he believes that it is perfectly reasonable. As a matter of fact, he believes that it is perfectly reasonable to say these kinds of things as the nominee for the Democrats. And that's what's scary about the modern day Democrat Party is that they hear what he is saying, whether it's 6 genders or, whatever it is, that all this audio that we've played, they find all of this perfectly reasonable. It is insane. So we'll wish him the best of luck. I was being facetious, Jane. Jane. I'm totally kidding. That was on purpose. All right, it is 7:52. Joan's got the news coming up at 8 o'clock. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here, a controversial bill that tracks students here illegally takes another step forward in the state legislature. Also, you may qualify for property tax relief if you've got storm damage. We'll explain coming up here at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
So it's kind of funny, the Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So we're talking about this James Tallarico. So somebody in the YouTube chat, we're back on video today. Somebody in the YouTube chat says, it's so funny, MAGA trying to, I forget what he said, but, try to discredit this Tallarico, try to blast Tallarico. It's not really hard. I mean, these audio bites are everywhere. I found another one. You want to hear this one? This is James Tallarico. They're all over the place. This is James Tallarico, and smear, I think, is what the word the guy used. But he's somebody who is easy to smear when he says things like this.
Poverty is violence.
Poverty is violence.
Pollution is violence. And yet,
pollution is violence.
Yes, prison is violence.
And prison is violence. The audio is not very good, but he says poverty is violence, pollution is violence, and prison is violence. I would say no. The reason people are in prison is because more than likely they have been committing violent acts. Tallarico.
Poverty is violence. Pollution is violence. And yes, prison is violence. Dismantle this system of violence, build something new, something better, something rooted in love. It's hard to imagine a world without prisons, but it's also hard to imagine a world without telegrams and cassette tapes. Just because it's hard to imagine doesn't mean you shouldn't.
I mean, this guy is, grade A level Fruit Loop. The things that he says and the things that he does and the things that he believes in. Imagine a world, he says, with no prisons. It was hard to imagine a world, he said, without cassette tapes. Yet here we are. I mean, it's just, the world of, unicorns and cotton candy that these Democrats live in. I often wonder if they actually believe their own crap. You know what I mean? Because there's so many people who are in prison who clearly would kill James Tallarico and the people that he loves if they had the opportunity. That's what's so crazy about people like James Tallarico. So anyway, apparently these audio bites are everywhere. So we'll continue to play them. We'll continue to talk about it, and we'll continue to talk about what is happening not only in Texas, but also Tennessee and across the nation here on Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And Spain has reconsidered its stance on the war in Iran. Well, at least it has a portion of. The country is now sending its most advanced frigate to help provide air defenses for the island of Cyprus, which has become a target of Iranian drones. Now, that ship is called the Christopher Columbus. It'll be there to help evacuate civilians from the Middle East. Spain, however, has still declined to cooperate directly with the U.S. A Pakistani man is testifying in his defense this week at his attempted terrorism trial. ABC's Aaron Katursky.
Trial began in Brooklyn federal court for a Pakistani national named Asif Merchant. He has ties to Iran and is on trial accused of plotting to assassinate President Trump. Iran has also been accused broadly of trying to kill dissidents here in New York and also other political figures around the country.
Iran has been accused of trying to kill President Trump. In the case of that Pakistani, Merchant says that his actions were driven by fear for loved ones in Iran, although his scheme unfolded in 2024. Now, Merchant was arrested the day before the attempt on President Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania. Merchant had already paid undercover FBI agents to be his hitmen. A bill before the state legislature that requires public schools to track a student's immigration status has cleared its first hurdle. House Bill 793 passed the House Finance Subcommittee yesterday. It heads to the full Finance Committee now. This amended bill does not require the schools to charge tuition for those in the country illegally. Sponsor William Lamberth saying that he supports this version because it wouldn't jeopardize federal funding for schools. If your home or business in Nashville was damaged by the winter ice storm last month, you may be able to get some property tax relief. Channel 4's Braden Ross on who can qualify.
The damage has to be pretty substantial in order to qualify. Repairs have to have cost you 50% or more of the cost of the building, and it has to have been uninhabitable or inoperable in the case of a business for 30 days or more. The property assessor's office will come out to look at those damages and then take them into account when calculating your property value for the time that those damages are impacting it. That discount will end once the necessary repairs are completed, whenever that is between now and September 1st.
Now, Metro Council still has to pass the legislation through one more reading next week before it goes into effect. And once it does, people wanting to take advantage of it would contact the property assessor's office to apply. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. And stock futures pointing way down this morning, about a half hour here before the opening bell. The Dow futures are minus 273. That is the latest news. We've got traffic and weather ahead. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Couple of big accidents here this morning. Highway 109 bypass at the northbound side at Hancock Street. They're still working an accident scene this morning because of a car that collided with a tractor trailer. Apparently, that car is under the tractor trailer at this point. There are injuries. It's possibly a fatality. That's going to be there for a while this morning, and it's causing a huge delay. Also, 65 southbound at Briley Parkway, exit 90A and B. You've got a crash there. It involves 6 vehicles. And it's off to the right shoulder. All the cars are off to the right shoulder, but that also is causing a big delay this morning. Murfreesboro Pike in Laverne, right at Laverne Couchville Pike. That's the scene of a crash. And just one more this morning, Old Harding Pike, north of Highway 100. Watch it. You've got a crash at that area, too. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Hope you're doing well. And by the way, Nashville's Morning News is brought to you by Tennessee National, Golf and Waterfront Community. Find them online, TennesseeNational.com. So a lot of people have been talking about what we're talking about, Sam and Joan. 7176, talking about this Tallarico. Hey, guys, can you believe that my 8-year-old is with me in the car as we are playing the James Tallarico audio and what he is saying? Even 7176, even his or her 8-year-old disagrees with what James Tallarico is saying about 6 genders and all of the rest of this nonsense.
What a good kid.
What a smart kid.
Yep.
Obviously. What a smart kid.
You raised that kid very well.
One of the things that this was during our last event, there was a parent and he had an 11 or 12-year-old. And I guess they listen every day. They listen every day going to school, which is why, Sam, no more cursing. Another guy says, everybody knows I'm the potty mouth here. So that, but I am trying to stop the cursing. The other thing somebody said is, why are you talking about this Tallarico? You're only making him more famous. That's the point. That's the point. You've got to make this guy famous. Here's the crazy thing, though, and then I promise I'm going to move on. But one of the things that also has to be acknowledged, and somebody mentioned this, is that 7176 says, my boy's name is Santiago. All right, very good. You're clearly raising a good kid. And the other person that I met at the last event, one of the things I've noticed, maybe it's just me, but kids that are raised in conservative households, they really seem to have their stuff together. This particular kid, I met him, again, 11 or 12 years old, I think he was, sticks out his hand, shakes my hand, knows how to speak to an adult, absolutely loved it. And so, not only did I thank the young boy for listening, but also thanked his dad for clearly raising a good conservative kid. I absolutely love hearing that. So, putting all that aside, one of the things that I really like about, this Tallarico story is, exposing it. But here's the thing, and somebody did bring this up on the super text line. Because New Yorkers voted for Mamdani, right? So New Yorkers elected that guy as the mayor. But there is a difference, though, between somebody running for, mayor in a very liberal city, and that person is a Democrat socialist, and somebody running for the Senate in the state of Texas. So I believe that the more that we can, and, talk radio either here or in Texas or whatever, can expose this guy for what he is, the less of a chance he is going to win.
So we were called out on that whole smear thing. I want to explain it in very simple terms for the people that are having trouble understanding. We didn't misrepresent what Mr. Tallarico said. The full context is he said our southern border should be like a front porch with a welcome mat and a locked door. Just want to point out that locks get kicked in a lot, especially during violent break-ins and home invasions, and they get broken into and shot out. So a lock on a door is simply not enough security for a southern border. You need a whole fence around the entire property. You need several cameras and security sensors, and then an armed citizen behind that locked door that should have at least 2 locks, in my opinion.
Sam, you need an alligator moat. I keep
not
saying
in the budget.
that.
It's just not in the budget.
Okay, very good.
But just to clear the air, we didn't misrepresent. We didn't lie. That's what he believes. We think it's crazy. That's our opinion.
All right, big controversy in the House of Representatives yesterday. There was a bill that would make public sexual harassment investigations. So if somebody in Congress is being investigated for some sort of a sexual harassment claim, then this bill would have made that that investigation public. So this, kind of broke the internet yesterday. This is Tim Burchett, Nancy Mace, and Anna Paulina Luna. Listen.
Hey, everybody, Tim Burchett. The House just did the most disgusting thing I've ever seen. We just voted to cover up sexual harassment of employees by members, if you can believe that. I got the sponsor right here with me, got Bobert. Y'all tell them what happened.
It's shameful. They voted against my resolution that would reveal members of Congress who sexually harass employees on the Hill, women on the Hill, in the campaigns, lobbyists, etc. Shameful. So I don't want to hear.
They sent it to the ethics committee. So a bunch of congressmen are going to investigate themselves.
So let it go get hidden, right? Yeah.
So again, that is Congressman Tim Burchett, and these folks are angry because the measure was sent to committee, which more often than not, they never see the light of day. Here's more.
So a bunch of congressmen are going to investigate themselves.
So let it go get hidden, right?
Yeah, this is exactly where bills go to die. So her privileged resolution is being sent to the Ethics Committee for members of Congress to investigate themselves. And remember, this is your tax dollars that were used in this hush money.
Yes,
How many millions?
How many millions are in that thing? They said there's millions. That have been paid out.
Some years there's like 4 or 5 million that went to a slush fund that paid for members of Congress with your tax dollars to allow them to go sexually harass people on the Hill. And then the second thing is I want to say is I don't want to hear another word about Epstein or Epstein victims by a single person, Republican or Democrat, that voted against revealing sexual harassment on the Hill.
Let's get that list. How many people? 49 of us voted to make it public, right?
Yep. All right. So here's what was in the bill. This is a quote from NBC News because you hear that. And, heads are exploding. There's accusations. They're trying to cover up the sexual harassment investigations. All of this. This is a quote from NBC News. The House on Wednesday voted to scuttle an effort by Representative Nancy Mace to shed more light on sexual misconduct allegations against members of Congress. So basically what they did was and Matt Van Epps and I got crossways on this just because a yes vote basically sent it to a committee where the accusation is that it would die. I asked him, you voted no. Basically, I said, you voted no on the legislation, which he did by voting yes to send it to committee, whatever. Anyway, so what is exactly in the bill? This is a quote, again, from NBC News, where it would scuttle an effort by Republican Representative Nancy Mace to shed more light on sexual misconduct allegations against members of Congress. So the problem here, as I see it, is that if all allegations are to be made public, that could ruin someone's career, even if they're innocent. Now, this is uncomfortable to say, but if they're allegations, we all know that there are allegations that are made all the time where innocent people, oftentimes men, have their reputations ruined by allegations that ultimately turn out to be untrue. And so that might be part of the reasoning. One of the things that Matt Van Epps said, and he was right, is that they have to get this legislation right. There's a couple of other things that people are worried about. Number one is that, okay, so what about protecting the victims in this case? That is also something that they say that they are worried about, those that sent this to committee. The problem is that those victims may not come forward if they know that their accusations against somebody else could be made public. So there are good reasons why this was sent to committee. Now, I have not seen the actual piece of legislation, but part of what they're saying is that instances where a person wants to remain anonymous, but knowing things could be made public, even with redactions, they may not want to come forward. And so, again, it is unpopular to say, but there are many times when people are falsely accused. And so if somebody is accused, let's say it's a congressman, and he is accused of doing something untoward, but he didn't actually do it, and let's say an investigation eventually clears him. Well, the problem is somebody is accused, and that is all over the media, right? But then, an investigation happens, and it turns out that said person was completely innocent. Well, does the clarification ultimately overshadow all of the accusations? and the amount of media that the accusations get? No. I've got more audio coming up next. It is 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. All right, very good, and appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Hey, Sam, let's do a quick Daily Dan poll. I'm curious as to where people are on this. Now, the wording is important, and that's why I'm focusing on the word allegations. The question should be, should those who have accusations of sexual harassment brought against them, should those accusations or allegations be made public? Because the worry is that innocent people are going to get their names just dragged through the mud. Here's more from Anna Paulina Luna.
And I just think it's really disgusting how this institution protects itself, because y'all, just half of them voted to send this stuff to House Ethics, where you know it's going to die. We know that members of Congress are using taxpayer dollars to pay off sexual harassment. We just had a member of Congress literally sexually harass a woman that then lit herself on fire, and you guys all protected him.
So this is some ugly business. Tony Gonzalez. Joan, have you heard about this?
No.
Tony Gonzalez out of Texas.
Mm-hmm.
He allegedly
I'm sorry. Yes, I have heard the story.
He allegedly had an affair with a woman who worked for him. That is against the rules. Both were married, both consenting adults. She ended up killing herself. So now what they're basically saying is that Gonzalez harassed her and she killed herself. Now, my initial reaction is, number one, and again, there's a lot of nuance here. Number one, there is a difference between being harassed and having an affair. Harassment is unwelcome advances. That is different than making an advances and then someone else appreciates those advances and both consenting adults act on those advances. It's an adult relationship with someone, two consenting adults. But I say, in Congress, if there is a power imbalance, like, for example, a boss and a staffer, that could be considered harassment, and it is definitely not something that is supposed to happen. Bosses and staffers are not supposed to have affairs. I mean, clearly, obviously not. So there is that. Other questions. Is there a quid pro quo? You do this, and you'll get that. That is harassment. Now, was she manipulated? Maybe. Did he abuse his power? Absolutely he did. But here's the rest of the story. And again, I'm not absolving Tony Gonzalez of this, but there's a lot more to this story than meets the eye. So apparently the woman's husband now wants money from the congressman. Both parties were married. A settlement, of course. The New York Post has reported that the woman that Tony Gonzalez had an affair with, allegedly, found out that her husband was cheating on her with her best friend. And she found out about that right before she set herself on fire. That's what the New York Post is reporting. So just this whole thing is just so tawdry. But anyway, major U.S. cases where men were falsely accused. Brian Banks out of California. I covered this when I was in Denver. Brian Banks was a highly recruited high school football star who was falsely accused of rape in 2002. He spent more than 5 years in prison and additional years on probation before his accuser actually recanted the story. His conviction was overturned, but the accusation cost him his education, a shot at, the pros, and his freedom. We all remember the Duke lacrosse case in North Carolina. We all remember the University of Virginia case there in Rolling Stone. A 2014 Rolling Stone article described an alleged gang rape at UVA that was later proven to be fabricated. Although no specific individual was charged, several male students and fraternity members suffered severe reputational damage, harassment, and academic disruption before the story was retracted. And it goes on and on. So, in other words, you have this piece of legislation in the House of Representatives where you had the vast majority of lawmakers from both sides of the aisle where they chose to send this make public sexual harassment investigations. They chose to make that piece of legislation, sent it over into the House, I guess it was the Ethics Committee, essentially killing it. Well, part of their concern, no doubt, was that you're going to have people who are simply accused, but they have not necessarily done anything wrong. They haven't had their time, to defend themselves. And you know as well as I do that in this day and age, just making the harassment accusation or claim can destroy someone's career, even if they are later proven to be innocent. We've seen it time and time again. So, that's just, to me, that's my take on it. So there's a bit more to this than meets the eye. Sam, did you put up the poll? I'm curious as to what people's initial reaction on this is.
Yes, I did not word it great. I was rushing. Should allegations of a sexual nature be made public or kept in private? I did not put in the question in relation to public officials, but that was kind of assumed in your segment. 55% saying yes, make it public.
And then it's 45 saying saying keep it private.
Yeah, I think you bring up a good point that even when those allegations can be proven to be false, the time it takes, the longevity of getting all that information out there, getting everybody to then believe that information, the damage is already done.
TB says, how do you deal with accusations that are actually true? Then those people have to suffer those consequences.
Mm-hmm.
But I would say back to TB, how do you deal with accusations that are false? Oh, you know what? 35-14. Oh, this one, I lost my ever-loving mind. Do you remember Trevor Bauer?
Yes,
the Dodgers pitcher.
I was going to bring that one up, yeah.
Trevor Bauer lost, millions and millions of dollars. And, tens of millions of dollars. And they had that woman, the woman that accused Trevor Bauer of, it was nefarious. I want to keep it a family show. But basically, she accused him, if I'm not mistaken, didn't she accuse him of rape?
I think it was primarily assault. She bruised and battered herself. There's some kind of sexual assault. I don't know if it was outright a rape claim, but I followed that case. In that case, she pretty much told her lawyers that it never happened, and they saw the text of her and her friend talking about how she's going to get that bag, get that $50 million, and they put makeup on her to make her look bruised and battered. Her lawyers knew that, and they still took the case forward without disclosure. They should be disbarred.
They had the text messages where they were talking about setting up Trevor Bauer and getting all kinds of money. So, unfortunately, look, it does happen. 3263, if there's money to be made, allegations will be made. And listen, I totally understand that there's a lot of you folks that disagree with me on this. All I'm trying to say is there are two sides to this, and it sounds like from the Daily Dan poll, it sounds pretty even.
Yeah, and one more story I'd want to throw into that. One of my favorite college players of all time, Sean Oakman, played at the University of Baylor back in the 2010s. He was projected top 10 pick, first-round picks. That's guaranteed money. He was falsely accused of rape, took 3 years to go to trial in Texas, went to trial, was acquitted by a jury after the trial concluded in 45 minutes. They acquitted him of all, and that's lesser included charges as well. They acquitted him of everything. He never got a chance at the NFL. He's been playing in the Canadian Football League the last few years. It completely altered the trajectory of that young man's life.
And let's not forget, somebody says the Duke lacrosse team.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and here's what, and it's a fair point, 2008. Let's see here. Why should Congress have protections the rest of us don't have? Because 2008, 2008 is correct. Where if I'm accused of something, then my name and that accusation is made public. So why should Congress have protections over and above what regular folks have? I do understand that, but that is a court of law, and in Congress, in Congress it would just be an investigation. I'm trying to think about if they're investigating in Congress and they're investigating a crime. I don't know. there's a lot to this. So the Tawana who was it? Tawana Bradley case?
Brawley.
Brawley. It is Brawley. 4414. Tawana Bradley. I remember that. That was a long. Was that Al Sharpton? I think
That was Al Sharpton. That was the beginning of the Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson team up.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything is about race, and everything about race. They saw race in every single story that had to do with a black person after that.
They did. And listen, just so people know, there are two sides to this, and it was Democrats and Republicans both voted yes to send it to committee, effectively killing it, voting against the legislation. So, and I understand when Republicans and Democrats say we need to get the wording of this right. You've got Nancy Mace and Anna Paulina Luna and Representative Tim Burchett. By the way, all three of these folks, my favorites. Like, I love all three of them. But there are times when even the people that I like, admire, and respect, where I might have a bit of a disagreement with them, and this may be one of those times. Anyway, we are running way late. 8:27. Joan's got the news at 8:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here in the news, Dan, Saudi Arabia says it's got to reroute its crude oil exports now because of what's happening in Iran. Also, a couple of bills before the state legislature regarding colleges and universities in Tennessee. We'll tell you what they are coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here for the Generator Super Center. Now, if there's one thing that we've learned over the last week, not week, but over the last couple of months, actually, is that we simply cannot count on NES or the government for anything, which is why I am reaching out to my friends at the Generator Super Center to start figuring out my needs. Now, a lot of people after those power outages, people were talking about these backup home standby generators. And oddly enough, my advertiser, the Generator Super Center, they can provide you with one for your home. They got a bunch of different sizes. But here's the deal. This is a great investment in your home. It is also a great investment in your family's safety. Now, I learned how important these generators are for my home during power outages that I experienced in Indiana. Now, we all know what we experienced back in January, and that is why you need to contact my friends at the Generator Super Center today. They are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. So if you've been talking about this with your friends and family about a backup home standby generator, talk about it with the pros at the Generator Super Center. Again, they are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Basically how they work, if you haven't had one, you can have one installed in your home. And again, they've got various sizes and they've got various features. But at the Generator Super Center, they do feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark. Financing is available, so the power goes out in your neighborhood. Well, just like that, the power is going to go back on in your home. 615-879-1952. I guarantee you're going to meet all the neighbors that you haven't met before when you're the only person that has power on in your neighborhood. 615-879-1952. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.
Good morning. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Saudi Arabia rerouting more of its crude oil exports through the Red Sea now to bypass the Strait of Hormuz, where shipping has slowed down to a halt. The Saudi company Aramco now asking its customers to pick up cargo from the Red Sea port of Yanbu. Meantime, the U.S. and Israel calculating that Iran still has a lot of missiles in its stockpile. Fox News' Trey Yingst.
They are going after these launching positions because they're running low on launchers. They still have missile stockpiles, but we understand that U.S. Central Command and their Israeli counterparts are trying to not only target the launchers, but also the production facilities and storage sites. And so
now Iran has been relying heavily on its stock of kamikaze drones, of which it has a huge supply. Two bills before the state legislature regarding state universities and colleges. One requires every public university to create a 40-foot by 40-foot courtyard on its main campus where students, faculty, and visitors can engage in civil discourse. That's a nod to Charlie Kirk. The other would require schools to adopt statements on the freedom of expression and political neutrality. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Starting off in the red here on Wall Street, the Dow Jones Industrial's down 274. That's the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. It is 8:35, Super Talk 99.7, Window Nation. I'm down here in my basement studio today where I have two windows from my friends at Window Nation. 4 total in my home, and this is a great window company. If you are thinking about upgrading your windows, well, right now you've got to check out my friends at Window Nation because right here, right now, in the month of March, they've got a great deal going on. The more savings you can always enjoy with Window Nation. 50% off all window styles when you go through Window Nation here for the month of March. Now, be sure to ask about Window Nation's financing options as well, including $0 down and payments as little as $199 every single month. Now, that's not bad for the quality of window you're getting from Window Nation. This is a company, A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau, and they've got, 96% customer satisfaction rating and over 45,000 5-star reviews. Window Nation, don't forget the great deal for the month of March. Up to 50% off all window styles, and you can have zero money down and payments as little as $199 every single month. Make sure you mention my name. It is windownation.com, windownation.com. God. Dan Mandis here for DT McCall's. Now, this is my place to shop for furniture and appliances. I've bought both from DT McCall's, furniture and appliances. They can help you as well. They're always looking for ways to save you money at DT McCall's. I want you to check out their website next time you need something for your home or your garage. It is dtmccalls.com. If you need a washing machine, listen to this. They've got the GE Energy Star Ultra Fast Combo right now with a rebate $800. It is also, by the way, March. You know, we did for the first time in months last weekend. That's right. We barbecued. Now, they've got the best barbecues around at DT McCall's Louisiana Grills at great prices for all budgets. And by the way, inside the home, if you've got a room to fill, they can help you with all of the best brands of sectionals for the living room, bedroom suites, and dining room furniture as well. All at great prices and customer service. Check them out, dtmccalls.com. 5 locations across Middle Tennessee, Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. And again, that website, dtmccalls.com.
Got a crash 65 north past June Lake Boulevard in June Lake. Also, Cloverland Drive in Brentwood. There's a crash involving injuries at Church Street and a power outage in Old Hickory to tell you about this morning. About 1,300 customers are out in the Old Hickory area. Careful, that may affect some traffic lights as well. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.840 Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you. Dan Mandis here. And by the way, Nashville's Morning News brought to you by Tennessee National, a golf and marina community. And you can find them online at TennesseeNational.com. Hello, Chris. How are you? It's time for the crisscross handoff.
It's good. I'm good, Dan. And it's weird. You're not here. But I was watching you on YouTube because we got the fancy new computer back up and running. And the home studio looks sharp, man.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, unfortunately, yesterday was supposed to be a big day where I was going to have my studio completely rebuilt. Wah, wah. Didn't happen.
Amy wasn't there to do the heavy lifting.
That was cruel, Chris.
What? I was low-hanging fruit. I couldn't help myself.
It'll happen soon.
I'm sorry.
That's what that driver in Greenbrier said.
Dan, I'm sorry.
You know what's funny, though, is I'm actually getting some compliments. People who have watched me broadcast from home, over the past many years know that it has been a long struggle. I think, though, we finally figured out, with Sam's help, we finally figured out the lighting.
Let's go. And just wait until Amy can get in there with the drill. It's going to really look awesome.
You're just going to keep going, aren't you, Chris? By the way, David has a really good point. I don't want to do this in this segment, but I do want to compliment David and a lot of people on the chat in YouTube. David says, because we're talking about the bill that was in the House of Representatives, it was killed by sending it over to committee. Should the sexual harassment allegations be made public? David says it sucks when the allegations are false. The courts, he says, always take the women's side. It is pathetic. They ruin it for the ones that are truly abused or raped.
#Me Too. We're living in a post-Me Too world, Dan.
Yeah, the person, he says, I knew it was all about revenge. So, and again, I know because I'm getting some of the messages that there's a lot of folks that disagree on with me on this, and that's cool. That's fine. We can all disagree and still be friends. I just innocent until proven guilty, and once you put somebody's name out there, even with these allegations, their name is mud forevermore. So
100%.
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right.
Yeah. All right. So I'm really glad, Chris, that you're bringing the story that I meant to do earlier, and I just didn't have time. Talk about the guy, the Marine who invaded the Senate hearing.
Yeah. So the Senate Armed Services Subcommittee meeting yesterday on readiness and management support. They're dealing with all this amid the Iran stuff, obviously, and the protester was Brian McGinnis. And he is absolutely a veteran. I think that was my first question. I don't know if it was yours. Like, did he borrow that uniform? Is it a costume? No, it was real. He served from 2000 to 2004. And he's also now a Green Party candidate for Senate in North Carolina, which I think raises the question, was this a campaign stunt or does he actually believe these things? But he started screaming during this meeting that no one wants to fight for Israel and that America doesn't want to send its sons and daughters to war for Israel. And then chaos ensued. As I'm sure you've seen the video, he had Capitol Police move in. He refused to leave. Tim Sheehy from Montana, Senator Sheehy, former Navy SEAL, stepped in to help the Capitol Police. And in the video, you can audibly hear this Marine veteran's arm snap.
Do you have the audio, Chris?
I can grab it for you.
No,
here.
I've got it. I've got
perfect.
it. I've got it. This is the audio. This is, the guy barges in.
Commandant, please stand up as a Marine and stand up for America. No one wants to fight for Israel. His head.
I mean, you heard the snap.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Now, here's the deal: is he is like holding on to the door frame, anchoring himself to the door frame, the gap between the door and the door frame, like where the hinges are.
Yep.
And he wouldn't let go. And so they're trying to, kind of force him out of there. And then the Senator Sheehy tries to help. And I don't know if dude's hand got caught like in there and he couldn't get it out. But you can hear the snap.
Oh, it's awful. So their claims are that the arm was broken or the hand was broken. He's now facing charges for assaulting officers and resisting arrest. 3 officers, they say, were also injured. But am I wrong in saying that? I do think that there are legitimate conversations to be had on how much we support our greatest ally and when is the right time, when is the wrong time. I think that those conversations need to be had in the Republican Party. But when I see something like this, I immediately think you are essentially doing the right-wing version of climate change protesters blocking a highway.
Yes,
and you're not
exactly right.
You're not winning over anyone. Who did he win over? Barely anybody in the room even turned to watch what was going on behind them. Did he make any difference in the argument yesterday?
No, he didn't. And the other thing that he did, of course, he makes himself look like a lunatic. But as we have been pointing out this morning on Nashville's Morning News, with the Tallarico guy out of Texas, the nuttier the better for these people on the left. And so I think that he may have, built up some street cred with the people that he's trying to get to vote for him. Perhaps what's his party, Chris? Who is it?
He's in the Green Party. He's running for. He's a Green Party candidate for Senate in North Carolina. I believe.
Have either of you guys seen the videos of him and his pro-Hamas?
Yes, there's a video. There's a video, Chris. He's wearing a keffiyeh.
I have some of the video if you want me to run it.
Yeah, play it,
all
please.
Right, come on, here we go.
Congratulations to Hamas and the Gazans for repelling their oppressor, the Israelis, and causing the ceasefire. We must, as Palestinian supporters, watch this deal roll out and make sure it's legitimate and fair, and also continue to support Palestine with wearing keffiyehs or any type of apparel to show we are a strong front. We must continue to band together with other minorities, the elite, the immigrants, the people that are getting taken out by ICE, African Americans who have been subjugated for the longest time and who I believe are the grounds for resistance in America.
So there's more. I mean, it goes on for more than 3 minutes. It's so long. Yeah,
I'll give him his credit where credit's due for fighting for minorities. I mean, he is the minority of minorities. He's a pro-terrorist Marine veteran.
Yeah, he's also like.
It is baffling, isn't it, Chris?
It's just, what are we doing here?
Isn't he the like white supremacist? I mean, he's white, and so doesn't he have privileges that you and I don't?
I mean, he's literally Hitler in a keffiyeh.
Yeah, he is.
Somebody ate a few too many crayons on deployment.
Oh my gosh!
And he's got the white supremacist haircut.
Yeah, he's bald.
He's completely bald. He's completely bald. I'm joking, but I mean,
they call those skinheads.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. And so this guy is just, I don't know, man. He's horrifying. I don't relish the fact that he got his arm broken, but you know what? I'm sorry. Why do we keep having to say this, Chris?
Play stupid games,
win stupid prizes.
Yeah.
Yep. That's exactly right.
Yep.
Don't worry, though. He'll be going to the VA hospital where his treatment will be all free.
Maybe that's what will radicalize him to become a right winger, because he'll have illegal aliens cutting in front of him in line. Is that still happening?
Oh my gosh, that is so
you
funny.
know, I was really pro left wing ideology until I broke my arm protesting Israel, and illegal aliens were getting served before me at the hospital.
Damn straight we did.
And I want to play one more piece of audio. This was just to bring the point home. This is after his arm is broken, and clearly immediately they go into, hey, let's blame the Republican who tried to help the security guards.
The senator broke his hand. The senator broke his hand.
The senator broke his hand. No, he had his hand broken because he was holding onto the damn door.
Yep.
I mean,
no, I don't know. I'd still qualify that as the senator broke his hand, meaning he would not let go and would not quit resisting law enforcement. So he broke his own hand.
by the way, to add to all of this, he was charged with 3 counts of assault on the officer there. So he was charged with assault. So he can also hire himself a lawyer if he needs to as well. So
it's a good fundraising email.
Oh yeah, I guarantee you that if it's not up already, then he's got to talk to his social media team. But yeah, he's going to campaign on this, obviously, and it's just the level of ridiculousness. And he's a member of the Green Party, so whatever. But the level of ridiculousness outside of the conservative movement seems to be reaching just levels that I don't know I've never seen before.
Yeah, it's getting wild, huh?
It is getting wild, and we'll see if he ends up, number one, campaigning on this, and number two, he's a member of the Green Party. And did you say where is he running for office in?
North Carolina.
Yep, North Carolina.
Okay.
You know, he should have that anti-ICE protester that picked up the flashbang in Minnesota on like a podcast, and they can talk about how they broke their hands for freedom.
Speaking of Minnesota, did you guys see? I don't have the audio. Maybe you do, Chris. Very busy morning for me this morning, but did you see Tim Walz?
Yes, and I'm gonna play all of that audio on my show today. My friend Justin texted me, and I'm like, dude, I'm stealing this line. He said that hearing with Tim Walz, Amtrak is going to use that as an instructional video on how to avoid train wrecks.
Oh. That's
good.
Awesome.
I heard Pete Buttigieg was so scared of that derailment he didn't bother showing his face.
It's terrible.
I think I think that Tim Walz looked terrible in that. Nancy Mace looked great, and I love how she's asking him. And Chris will play the audio, but at one point, Chris, you probably remember where she's asking him math.
Yep.
And he's like, I'm not going to do math. I'm not going to be your prop and all these other things. And it's like, dude, the point that she's trying to make is there have been hundreds of millions of dollars in Minnesota that have been, basically stolen from the people of Minnesota. And you didn't notice that, you've got, I don't know, maybe a couple of thousand kids who have autism, and you've got hundreds of millions of dollars going to these kids, and you didn't think for a second, where the hell is all this money going?
Right.
I mean, it's insanity. So yeah, that I wish I had time to get to that today, but I didn't. But I'll look forward to you playing that. What time are you going to play that, by the way?
I'll probably do that in the 10 o'clock hour. We're also going to have Monty Fritz joining us at about 11:30. And I did send out a text to John Rose to see if he wants to come on the show to explain his vote on keeping those congressional sexual misconduct records private.
All right, very good.
I have yet to hear from him.
All right, very good. Well,
Weird.
we'll see what he has to say on your show if he is able to come on. And let's see here. Are we done? I want to make sure that no, we're not done. We've got a little bit left. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw to Joan and say, hey, Joan, what's coming up in the news at 9?
Had to make sure he didn't say Jane.
I know.
He had to check my name badge before he said my name.
Do you know what it is? Do you know what it is, Chris? Or Steve, whatever your name is? It's that I'm without my Wally's coffee this morning.
Oh,
like that's what it is.
There's no bean machine at the Mandis household.
There's no Wally's bean machine in the Mandis house. You know, this is how much I love Wally's bean machine. I'm sitting here thinking, I wonder if I could get one for my studio.
Dude, you should.
No, I
come on.
We would just find Dan down there dead of a heart attack 3 weeks later.
Holding a cup of coffee.
Yes.
Wally, can you make one with a throat coat option?
Oh, my gosh.
I need some
so
slippery
funny.
elm in there.
You know, here's what's funny, is that since Wally's Bean Machine at wallysbeanmachine.com, since they came to, the radio station, I've stopped drinking throat coat.
It's incredible.
Do you think it was what you were... like the coffee you were drinking in the was it the
Folgers?
Yeah.
I mean, I just noticed everybody around here is more chipper. It took about a month of the computer breaking down, and then we got Wally's Bean Machine, and it was like 4 days we had a new computer.
Yeah. Wally's Bean Machine is a miracle worker. I think what it is I didn't need throat coat. I just needed more espresso.
That's it.
All right,
it's the answer to everything.
And that's exactly right. Joan, what's coming up?
So the war map looks like it's widening now as Iran hits another country with missiles overnight. Also, a Nashville business decides to fight back over skyrocketing taxes. Those stories coming up at 9 on Supertalk 99.7 WTN.
All right. Thank you, Joan. Listen, when something goes wrong in your home, you want the team that shows up fast, fixes it right, and treats you like family. Now, that is Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your trusted pros for total home comfort. And right now is the perfect time to upgrade. With Busy Bee, when you purchase a 16-SEER high-efficiency HVAC system or a whole home repipe, Busy Bee is going to give you, listen to this, a Yeti Tundra 45 cooler absolutely free. And this month only, Busy Bee also has TVA rebates available for tune-ups and unit replacements as well. Even better, their team files all of that paperwork for you. No hassle, no headaches, and if you want even more savings, join the Beehive Club with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, and you can keep your home humming year-round. Members get priority scheduling, discounted repairs, free annual HVAC and plumbing checks, plus extended warranties, and the peace of mind knowing your equipment is always running at its best. It is the easiest way to save money, avoid breakdowns, and protect your home. 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com. Dan Mandis here for Loan Pronto. Listen, interest rates. Do you have high interest rate credit cards and other loans, as they say, sucking the life out of your finances? Well, it is time to say no more. Let Loan Pronto tap the equity in your home and get the cash you need right now so you can pay it all off. Dan Mandis here, and Corey and Jack called Loan Pronto. In a matter of days, they had $160,000. They kept their 3% mortgage intact, and they didn't even need an appraisal. Now, with all that cash, they were able to wipe out all of those high-interest credit cards and a couple of car loans as well, saving $2,000 a month in the process. You can do it as well. LoanPronto.com, with their Rapid Equity Loan Program, you can get $100,000, $200,000, even $500,000 in cash. Chloe and Ethan just stated as well, consolidated all of their high-interest debt into one super low monthly payment, giving them an extra $1,000 a month. Imagine. Pay off all of those credit cards, slash your monthly payments, breathe easier, and yes, get your life back as well. Call them at 615-499-5780. Interest rates right now at 3-year lows. 615-499-5780. Find them online. It is loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Visit NMLSconsumeraccess.org. 8:59, Super Talk 99.7 in response to the guy whose hand was broken in that Senate hearing. 7432, Matt says, in response to your comment of did he make a difference, he did bring it to the conversation of talk radio. And you did admit, Chris, he had a legitimate discussion. We've all been saying that there's a legitimate discussion to have. It wasn't because of this guy. We've all been having the conversation regarding Iran and Israel. And
the point I was making is that he looks like a crazy activist, like those leftists that are blocking highways.
Right. I mean, we didn't need this crazed activist to, do what he did to have the conversation on talk radio. We've all been having the conversation. But 7432, thank you for listening. And with that, Chris Hand is coming up next. And